Orange Sky Audio presents Hunting Ember, Pride of Alphas, Book 1, by Millie Taiden. Narrated for you by Cassandra Miles. For my readers, thank you. Chapter 1. Ember. Ember looked around the large kitchen, feeling like a little kid all over again. The coast was clear. No one was around. That meant no one would see what she had to do. With a bit of a thrill, she flipped open the lid of the cake carrier and took a cupcake. Not that they actually counted as cupcakes. They were a 2-bite affair. Maybe. Mostly they were the perfect bite size. Only her sister Sparks ate the tiny cakes in 2 bites or more. Not Ember. Her eyes went wide, her mouth watering as she licked a bit of the creamy chocolate icing from her fingers. Her moan echoed against the stainless steel appliances when she popped the triple chocolate cupcake into her mouth. It was moist, decadent, and damn perfect. I'm good, she marveled to herself, rearranging the remaining cupcakes to make sure no one spotted the missing one. Busted! A high-pitched voice shouted. Ember's hands flew to her mouth as a shriek ripped out of her. Cinder, her youngest sister, dissolved into peals of laughter. I'll never get tired of doing that. You're mean, Ember said, trying to sound annoyed. The effect was ruined by her own giggle. It's good to see you. The 2 sisters embraced like they hadn't had lunch together the day before, or texted all throughout the evening and morning. That was just the way of things with the Brady sisters. They weren't just siblings. All 3 of them were best friends. You got a little something, Cinder pointed to the corner of her mouth with a smile. Couldn't resist the cupcakes, could you? Ember wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. I had to make sure they were all right. It's all about quality control. Sure it is, Cinder shot back with an eye roll. I have a reputation to keep, Ember shrugged. I can't lose my touch so close to the start of the show. The show. As the memory of it came flooding back into her brain, Ember felt a little bit dizzy. It wasn't a sugar rush. It was the rush of being so damn close to achieving her dream that got her head so light, as if it was filled with smooth, airy buttercream frosting. Like you could ever lose your touch, Sparks said, coming into the kitchen. If you need any tips on how to look good on camera, you just let me know. Sparks, the middle sister and total attention addict, was an actress. And not just any actress. She had been playing the role of Samantha Arden in The Town since she was 14 years old. It was the role of a lifetime to work on the most beloved and watched soap opera to have ever existed. I have a plan to deal with the cameras, Ember told Sparks, hugging her close. I'm going to ignore them, completely pretend that they're not there. I'm going to focus all of my energy on the baking. That way it will be clear to the judges that I'm actually there to win. Sparks arched a very delicate, highly stylized brow. Then you'll lose. Trust me on this. If the audience loves you, the judges will want to keep you around, even if you're a train wreck in the kitchen. Ember balked, but Sparks waved her off, continuing on. You need to be this compelling figure that the audience roots for. If you know how to work the camera, it will do wonders for you. Trust me on this. You should listen to her, Cinder added. She's been on camera since she was a kid. But her brain was whirring like a hand mixer. I'm not good with people. That's why I became a baker. Ingredients are much simpler, and they always behave the way they're meant to. At least they did for her. If Sparks had been acting since she was 14, Ember had been cooking and baking since she had received her Easy Bake Oven for her 4th birthday. She had quickly outgrown the toy, preferring to sit on the counter and help their mother with real recipes. Baking was in her blood. Acting was too, but that gene had completely skipped her and gone straight to Sparks. The double dose of it had made her sister a sparkling, shiny actress. That was fine. Ember didn't care. What she did care about was winning the competition. The show, a reality television baking competition, had the coolest prize ever. It was a storefront in the city and a baking show. Ember didn't actually want the baking show. That part made her sweat more than hand-piping a cake for a whole afternoon. But what she wanted, more than anything in the world, was her own bakery, something all her own. Her parents had offered to front the money for the venture. They would have to skimp and scrape, but the Bradys were willing to do all kinds of sacrifices for their daughters. But that was not how Ember wanted to get her bakery. She was dead set on working for it, on earning it with her medal as a baker. What better way to prove that she was the best than in an actual baking competition judged by the world's best pastry chefs? There wasn't a better plan. This was it, and she wasn't going to mess it up. "What are you girls doing in here?" Liza Brady chided, waltzing into the kitchen. "Dinner is already on the table. It will get cold. I did not spend all day cooking up a storm for my daughters to eat a tepid meal." She clapped her hands together. "Come now." With a backward glance toward the cupcakes, Ember followed her mother and sisters into the dining room. Their father, Virgil, was already sitting down at the head of the table, sipping a creamy soup. "I made lobster bisque," Mom explained, tucking in on Dad's left. Sparks sat in her usual seat, with her blonde hair and keen brown eyes, eyeing the meal nervously. No doubt, in a few short moments, she would push away her bowl of delicious soup, claiming that she had to be careful because the network was on her ass about looking good again. It had been a refrain since Sparks was a teenager. Cinder, the Brady family's baby, had brown hair and green eyes, just like their mother. Her makeup was always done with expertise and flawlessness, making professional makeup artists weep with jealousy. Cinder grabbed her phone from her back pocket and snapped a few pictures of the table before posting it onto her social media, where there were millions of followers hungry for her next post. Ember wasn't famous and renowned like her sisters, and she was honestly okay with it. Her own hair was auburn, like their father's, and her eyes were a passable shade of brown. She had curves on her curves because she was a baker, and she refused to not taste every little thing she made. It wasn't just about quality control, it was about good sense. Life was too short to pass up eating a good macaroon or perfect cookie, or delectable mousse. There were a lot of things to taste out there, and Ember wasn't going to worry about her waistline. "A toast." Virgil took up his wineglass, raising it high above his head. "To Ember, who starts a new project, a new adventure tomorrow. May you succeed." "May you succeed," the rest of the family chorused their motto. "How are you feeling?" Mom asked her, a worried frown pulling at her beautiful features. Liza knew her eldest was the shy, reserved one, who wouldn't do so well under the glaring limelight. "Not too nervous, I hope?" Ember gave her mother a wide smile. "Not nervous at all," she lied, because it was a lie. Ember was a nervous wreck. It wasn't just the competition that was weighing on her. She had a secret, one that she didn't know how to handle. She had no idea how to tell her family. Would they believe her? Would they panic? Would they insist that she not compete in the Baker's Gotta Bake television show? She couldn't risk it because of one pesky letter. The piece of paper sat in her purse, far off in the entryway. The note had been left on her front porch the morning before, threatening her with violence if she didn't pull out of the show. It was insane, just someone trying to frighten her. Besides, who would believe that someone was after her? She wasn't Sparks with television fame, or Cinder with the millions of followers. She was just some baker going on a baking show. No one was going to try and kill her over it. Chapter 2. Kai. The sun was setting, but it was still quite hot. Kai flipped the steaks over on the grill, taking a sip of his beer to cool down. It was a peaceful evening that was just about to turn chaotic. His parents were already bickering inside over which salad dressing to put out, while his brother was running late, no doubt slowed down by his kids. Kai enjoyed the silence. but it was also a clear sign that he was alone. His parents had each other, and they were always going off on some trip or another. The pair was as in love now as they had been as newlyweds. It was as endearing as it was disturbing when they started making out, despite being surrounded by family members. His brother Lee had a wife and kids keeping him busy. Those two were just as amorous as Kai's parents. Kai had none of that. The stillness of his life was starting to make him uncomfortable. His mother repeatedly told him that he needed to go out more and put himself out there if he wanted to meet his mate. She was right, of course, but Kai wasn't so sure hanging out in shifter bars would bring him his mate. He had tried that for years to no avail. Even all of the Pride's mothers had tried to set him up with their daughters or with available women. None of the lionesses had caught his eye. His own lion had been dispassionate at best. Maybe Kai was just meant to be a lone lion. The cool uncle, but never a father. A good friend and brother-in-law, but never a husband. "Uncle Kai! Uncle Kai!" The giggly, shrieking kid came barreling toward Kai with his arms spread wide open. They had done this enough times that Kai knew exactly what Sylvester wanted. With a sweeping motion, he took the child up into the air, twirling him until his own head was dizzy. Sylvester was laughing, squealing for more speed, more spinning. "Okay there, Sylvester." Kai placed the kid back onto solid ground carefully. However, the toddler still fell onto the grass with all the flair and drama that children were so good with affecting during games. Sylvester clung to the ground, giggling. "The earth is moving so fast, Uncle Kai." "Sure is," he chuckled. "Oh, for fuck's sake," Lee grumbled, coming into the backyard. "If the kid yaks up his dinner, you're cleaning it up." "Fuck," Sylvester shouted, pouncing to his little legs. "Daddy said a bad word. Fuck, fuck, fuck," the little boy chanted, running around the enclosed backyard. Lee shook his head. "Carmen is going to kill me for that." "I'll kill you for what now? What did you do?" Carmen waddled toward them, very pregnant and very aggravated. Kai couldn't blame her. Sylvester was only 4, baby Sophie was barely 2, and there would be another Mason cub joining the Pride in a week or so. "Nothing, dear," Lee said, rushing toward his wife. "Let me get you settled, and I'll bring you some water. I'll take care of the kids." Kai took Sophie from his brother's arms and went after Sylvester, who was still running around. The kid had more energy than anyone knew what to do with. That made sense, of course. He was a lion shifter, like the rest of the Mason family. Not for the first time, Kai wondered if he would ever have kids of his own. Lee was his junior by 6 years, and he was already a father of 3. Kai was 35 with no prospects in sight. His mate was taking her sweet-ass time getting to him. If she ever got to him. Kai was starting to believe that a family of his own just might not be in the cards for him. That made him sad. He loved his niece and nephew, but it would have been nice to have his own cubs running around, even if they were uncontrollable balls of energy like Sylvester. For the next little while, Kai played in the backyard with Sophie and Sylvester, only pausing their games of hide-and-seek long enough to flip the steaks on the grill. When the meat was done, Kai announced it was time for dinner, much to Sylvester's dismay. "I'm not hungry," the little boy pouted. "I haven't run around enough to be hungry. I had cheese this afternoon." He pooched his stomach. "It was my second snack. I had a pear before that." Kai couldn't ever remember turning down food as a child. It was a true testament to how much fun Sylvester was having. "If you come in and eat your dinner, I promise we can play another couple of rounds of hide-and-seek." "Are you seriously bribing my kid right now?" Lee said as he came outside to scoop Sophie into his arms. The little girl tugged at her father's beard, all but shoving her tiny fists into the hair. Her giggle was infectious as she continued to smoosh the beard through her tiny, chubby fingers. "Sure am," Kai shot back, taking his nephew into his arms. "That's a parenting lesson you learn quick," Lee added. "Anything to keep the peace. Especially now that you'll be outnumbered." Kai pointed out as he settled Sylvester into his booster seat at the table. "Don't remind me of that," Carmen grumbled between bites of creamy potato salad. "I'm having nightmares about the kids tying us up and taking over the house." "What is the worst that could happen?" Kai asked, earning him a stare down, not just from his brother and sister-in-law, but also from his parents. "Do you not remember what it was like to be a young cub?" His mother rolled her eyes heavenward. "I swear the pair of you almost ate us out of the home. And the scuffles." She shook her head with a hint of a smile. "The hole in the basement window." Dad pointed at him with his fork, a piece of steak skewered on the end of it. "Hey now," Kai argued. "We were just practicing our awesome fighting moves. It's not my fault Lee landed in the wall." "You threw me into it," Lee shot back. Sylvester giggled, clapping his hands together. "The baby has to be a boy. I want to throw my brother into a wall, too." Carmen dropped her head in her hands. "Good Lord, can we stop giving the little terror ideas?" "Wall kick! Wall kick!" Sylvester chanted happily while flicking bits of potato towards Sophie. The toddler took the pieces of food and stuffed them eagerly into her mouth, unaware that her big brother was just trying to goad a reaction out of her. Kai took Sylvester out of his seat and plopped him down onto his lap, away from Sophie. The boy only argued for 2 seconds before settling into eating, now that he had adult supervision. Kai knew even a tiny shifter who hadn't yet gone through the first change wouldn't be able to resist a nice juicy steak. "That looks good on you, Kai," his mother said dreamily. "A little boy on your lap. That reminds me, Mildred has a niece coming into town. We thought you could meet her for a coffee?" Kai sighed heavily. "Sure." It couldn't hurt, though he sincerely hoped that Mildred's niece didn't turn out to be his mate. Mildred was the biggest gossip in all of the Pride. He didn't need his business reported back to a well-meaning aunt, only to have the whole pack learn about his personal life. His pride didn't need to know that he liked to cuddle in the morning, that he had a sweet tooth that made it impossible for him to resist sweets, that he was a big softy who got misty at some commercials. All of the Pride saw him as a big, grumpy lion, and he wanted to keep it that way to make ruling that much easier. It also made operating his family's private security business simpler. No one wanted to hire a wet, whimpering kitty to protect their properties and belongings. They wanted a tough, no-nonsense man. There were private things about himself that only his innermost circle should know, things that he would love to share with a mate. "Uncle Kai, can we go play now?" Sylvester poked him in the rib, showing his empty plate. "Of course, kid. How about we bring your sister with us?" Sylvester pouted at that, preferring to be the center of attention during games. Sylvester was going to have a hell of a hard time accepting the new baby when it came into the world. Kai made a note to plan a fun activity with his nephew as soon as Carmen gave birth. If one thing was important to Kai, it was family and looking out for his own. Sylvester would realize that as time went on. He would become his sister's greatest protector. Of that, Kai was sure. After all, protecting what was theirs wasn't just a lion thing. It was a Mason thing. Chapter 3. Ember. Ember wasn't going to let anything ruin her day. Not that her alarm hadn't gone off, or that she hadn't had time to grab a coffee. Not even the newest threatening letter stuffed between her car's windshield wipers would stop her from having the best day ever. The new letter was tucked in the deepest recesses of her purse, where she could pretend that damn thing didn't exist. It was her first day on the set, and nothing was going to mess with her good mood. Her life was about to change in a very big way. She could feel it all the way down to the marrow of her bones. After driving onto the set and leaving her car in the visitors' parking, Ember made her way to the enormous studio building. It looked like a massive sardine box, all aluminum and metal with minimal flair from the outside. But the second she stepped inside, everything shifted. The soundstage was gigantic, big enough to accommodate 12 workstations, each complete with a stand mixer, a stovetop, and more ingredients than Ember would have thought possible. The workstations were divided into 4 rows of 3, with 4 industrial-sized ovens at the very back. Each side was flanked by a massive refrigerator and shelves stacked high with all kinds of things: candy melts, different types of flour, and a wide array of other ingredients Ember was just itching to use. "You can't be in here," a short, sweating man in his 40s squawked like an angry bird. "The contestants are all waiting in the green room next door. There." He pointed to a small door off to the side. "You'll all be brought in one at a time for some on-screen time. Just a little introduction interview for the viewers. Besides," his eyes racked down her body in shocking disdain. "Way harsh, Birdman. You obviously haven't gone to makeup yet." Ember was shocked, genuinely shocked, that this man was talking to her like that. "I'll have you know that my sister is Cinder Brady, and she did my makeup this morning. I know I look all right. I don't know why you're so rude to me, but please keep your comments about my appearance to yourself." The man balked. His thin finger pointed toward the green room. Ember stalked off, still stunned by the rudeness of the stranger. Had Cinder really done her makeup? No, that had been a lie. Well, sort of. Her sister had shown her exactly how to apply a simple line of liquid eyeliner and a few coats of mascara. Ember was a baker who could decorate a cake with expertise. She had a steady hand. She knew her liner was straight and made her eyes pop. Whoever that guy had been, he was clearly stressed out about something. Maybe he needed to eat something to get his blood sugar levels up. Ember rolled her shoulders back and took a deep breath before pushing open the door. The green room wasn't actually green. The walls were a soft dove gray color and were lined with dark gray couches. A few people were already seated there, each more nervous than the last. A thin woman with mousy brown hair was holding a clipboard, her back toward the door. Ember couldn't help but feel the wisps of recognition in her brain. That hair and lousy posture reminded her of someone she had gone to culinary school with. As if sensing eyes on the back of her head, the woman spun on her heels. "Ashley?" The woman's face turned from a bright smile to an illegible mask. "Hello, Ember." "Wow, it's been a minute. How's it going?" Ashley held her clipboard to her chest. "I'm working for F&D Network. How do you think it's going?" Ember forced out a smile. Obviously, the years hadn't changed Ashley much from her surly attitude. Unfortunately, Ember had once commented that Ashley should only make lemon-flavored treats because it paired well with her attitude. She hadn't meant for Ashley to hear her. Hell, she hadn't even meant the words, but the damage had been done. From that moment on, Ashley had absolutely hated Ember. Not that she could blame Ashley. It had been a pretty shitty thing to say. Ember had baked the other woman an apology cake, chocolate cheesecake with a cookie crumble crust. The cake had been untouched before being tossed out. No amount of apologizing and groveling had set things to rights. Ember had wanted to blame her lack of judgment and mean comment on the fact that she had been reamed out by a teacher for using non-recipe items in an exam. But really, she had been raised better than that. It didn't matter that Ashley had thrown the metaphorical first punch by telling everyone Ember was the ugly Brady sister. Maybe Ashley had been put on Ember's path again so that the two women could mend fences. "That is wonderful. What a cool job." Ember meant the words, but Ashley narrowed her eyes, her lips pinched into a tight scowl. "Yes, well, you're next in the makeup chair. Through that door, turn down to the left." Ember waved at the other contestants, an equal mix of men and women. She would have liked to stop for a second and introduce herself, but something in Ashley's shoulders told her to move right along. It was her first day on the set, and already she had 2 enemies. This competition was getting more out of reach by the second. The makeup department turned out to be a tiny room with a walled mirror and a bank of high-spinning chairs. A duo of artists, Janice and Beverly, were already hard at work on two other contestants, a blonde woman with a cute lisp named Stacy and an African-American man named Roberto. Stacy was quickly dismissed, and Ember took her place on the chair.
"I don't need this stuff," Roberto grumbled from his seat.
"I know, right?" Ember agreed under her breath. Her eyes immediately cut to the two artists. "Not that you don't do great work, trust me, I know this isn't an easy gig. I just don't see why I need a full face of makeup to bake. I mean, I usually do it without showering, my head up in a hairnet, with some lip balm if it's a dry winter, and that is it. It's a different story when you have 3 high-definition cameras on you, filming your face from all kinds of angles. Trust me," the tall, thin artist said. "You'll take me. You would look gray and dead without some kind of help. But your eyes are good. I won't touch those." Ember beamed and quickly explained how she had come to be an expert in lining her eyes. Both makeup artists stopped in their tracks. "Your sister is Cinder Brady?" Janice said. "I would die if I met her," Beverly agreed. "Well, maybe she could come to visit me on set one day." "Do not tease me, lady, or I swear I'll make you look like a clown." "I would never," Ember insisted. "This is just the first day of shooting, so I'm not sure how everything works, but maybe Cinder could pop in one day." "Good luck getting that by Ashley and Greg," Janice quipped, earning her a fist bump from Beverly.
"Who is Cinder Brady?"
Roberto asked from his seat, reminding Ember that he was still there. "My sister is a makeup influencer on social media. She does all of these makeup tutorials." "She's younger than me, and I want to be her when I grow up," Beverly cut in, turning her focus back onto Roberto. "You're gorgeous," she told him. "When this is all over, we should go for drinks." Roberto shook his head.
"Why do we have to wait until the show is over? Let's go tonight."
He winked at the blushing Beverly. "We can't fraternize with the talent," she answered. "It's a firing offense, and I need this job."
Roberto sighed. "Too bad."
Ember watched the whole exchange in pure fascination. If Janice hadn't been running some natural-looking pink lipstick on her lips, Ember's jaw would have been somewhere on the floor. Never, not once in her life, had she asked a man out as easily as Beverly had done. She lacked the courage to do that. Was that something women did? She couldn't be sure. She was positive neither one of her sisters had ever done that either. All 3 Brady sisters were single as 80-year-old nuns. Each of them had somehow decided to focus on their careers. For Ember, it wasn't easy to date. Not because she was shy, though that was true, but also because of a baker's hours. She was up at 2 in the morning, at the bakery by 3 for deliveries, and by 4, she had batches of sweet confections in the oven. That meant she was in bed by 7 o'clock at night. No man wanted to take her out on a dinner date at 4 o'clock. Even a breakfast date was out of the question. Unless the man didn't mind hunkering down with the misshapen cookies or crooked cupcakes, which was her favorite breakfast. Ember was mentally listing the types of compatible professions as she walked back to the green room, once Janice was done making her camera ready. She knew she didn't need a man to be happy or to feel complete, but Ember had a very vivid vision of showing her kids how to bake. How was that ever going to happen if she never found someone? Her head was full, focusing on the wrong thing. It was probably because it was simpler to keep her thoughts on her relationship status than on the fact that today the competition of a lifetime was starting. Thinking that she hadn't had sex with anyone but her vibrator in over a year didn't give her nausea. But burning a batch of cupcakes on air, that made her want to toss her cookies. Literally. That is why Ember never saw it. The falling open-faced light fixture coming down from the ceiling. The huge metal box collided with her head, making her fall to the concrete floor before Ember even knew what happened. Chapter 4. Kai. The business had been in the family for generations, but it had only recently acquired its biggest client yet, F&D Network. The Food and Drink Network was the channel with all of the best cooking shows, or so his mother and sister-in-law had gushed when Kai and Lee had met with the executives. It had been a game changer. It had moved Mason security from strip malls and office buildings to the big leagues. Along with his brother and father, Kai took over the entire F&D property's protection, from state-of-the-art surveillance equipment to a small army of security guards. It was a big contract that would see the family through for the next few generations, and then some. It was that much of a financial win. His father was mostly retired, only choosing to pop in when he got bored with golfing or traveling. With baby number 3 on the way, Lee had taken the back seat. He dealt with their smaller contracts, orchestrating the business side of things with their administrative assistant. That left Kai as top dog. He ran the F&D network contract like it was his birthright, with a no-nonsense attitude and very little margin for error. There was no way he was going to mess this up for the family. It meant that all 3 of Lee's kids could have a good home and padded college funds. It meant that maybe, if Kai ever got so lucky as to meet his own mate, he could have his dream house built, filled to the rafters with little lion cubs. Kai sipped his coffee as he scanned the bank of screens, while also going over all of the studio's events for the day. He had already had the morning briefing with the crew, but he liked to stay on top of things. After another quick scan of the cameras over his employee's head, Kai completed his rounds of the property. It was an excellent way to ensure that all of his guards were at their posts and doing their jobs. There was no 3 strikes policy with Mason security. If you fucked up once, you were out on your ass. Most security guards understood this. They knew they were getting a good deal with their employer. The pay was good, the health insurance decent, and even though Kai knew he was the hard-ass boss, he knew how to make his employees loyal. He fully used his alpha attributes to lead the company. And why not? He had the skills, so he would use them to his benefit. The golf cart in which he did his rounds whirred noisily as he drove by each lot. It wasn't even 9 a.m. yet, but the place was hopping. There were all kinds of people milling about, from personal assistants to writers to directors. The network's executives would be locked away in their offices, not caring what happened on the lots so long as money-making shows were being produced. It was a much different scene than the mall security Kai was used to. He didn't have to bust teens for shoplifting clunky necklaces from Hot Topic, or moms hopped up on prescribed methamphetamines, stuffing stolen thongs in their oversized designer bags. The stakes were higher here, especially when celebrities came to the studio. The next day would see an uptake in security when 3 of the world's best-known chefs started filming a cooking competition. Kai didn't know their names, thus he was far from thinking they were celebrities. The concept of celebrity had changed into something he didn't quite understand. How someone could be famous because they filmed themselves doing mundane things was beyond him. He blamed the internet. His grumpy man musings were interrupted as one of his guards' voices blasted from the walkie-talkie sitting in his back pocket. "Kai, something happened over on Lot 5, the reality television set where that new baking challenge is taking place today. Mind heading over?" Kai grumbled. He hated reality television, especially the kinds where it was all a bunch of rich people talking about drama that made no sense to anyone, or the kind where a group of people were all locked together and the only goal was to hook up. Better yet, the competition ones irked him. People were fakes, particularly when there was a camera lens pointed in their direction. "I would go," the employee said, "but they're shooting that movie on Lot 7, and you said I need to make sure all of us guards are at their post." If Kai hated anything worse than reality television, it was actors. They were so damn entitled, it made his head spin to think about. He slid his walkie-talkie into his back pocket and turned the cart around, speeding toward Lot 5. The building was a huge gray box, and Greg, the production assistant, was waving him down like a goddamn neurotic pigeon.
"What's up, Greg?" he asked, walking toward the shorter man. "Well, there's been an incident." "Okay, what kind of incident?" An open-faced light fixture fell from the ceiling and crashed onto one of the contestants. Kai had a bad feeling about it immediately. His lion was prowling in his mind, growling low. "Is the person all right?" Greg flinched. "There is an injury. So why didn't you call the paramedics? I can't help with the wound, you know. The director wanted you called because—" Greg blanched. The wire holding the thing up was... "Was?" Kai repeated impatiently. "It was cut. Are you telling me that on the first day of shooting, someone has already tried to kill one of the contestants?" Greg nodded, his face pinched. Fucking reality television. For fuck's sake. Kai pushed past Greg and pulled open the heavy door. He used his shifter hearing to lead him straight to the scene, deep into the building. The narrow hallways were cheap drywall, barely painted, making it easier for the studio to change its layout in very little time. Sound traveled reasonably well unless you were on the soundstage where the filming took place. The ceiling was a mess of exposed beams and wiring. Everything was done for the sake of simplicity. Kai found the scene of the incident quite quickly, his long muscular legs eating up the distance like the hunting lion he was. There was a wide circle of people, all looking down on the ground. Christ, did no one have sense anymore? This is what humans did when someone was in distress. They stood around, gawking like a bunch of sheep, not bothering to help. They could have at least left the scene to give the injured person some privacy. "Make a hole," he snapped with his most authoritarian voice. It worked like a charm, even though he had barely used his full growling tone. The crowd reluctantly dispersed, preferring to gawk at the injured contestant for as long as they possibly could. There was someone on the ground, motionless and pale. A woman. But not just any woman. "Mate," his lion roared. "We have finally found her." Fuck. No. "Mate, our mate is hurt. Do something, or I'll bust through you to get to her, and whoever hurt her." If Kai had been alone in the building, he would have roared out the word mate to the sky in relief, in frustration, in anger. There was too much going on in his brain all at once, and his lion's incessant chatter really wasn't helping. As it were, Kai couldn't have any sort of reaction but to be his professional self. He was surrounded by humans. And his mate. A contestant on a stupid reality television show. An attention seeker. Someone who pimped herself out for likes and followers. It made his stomach roll to think of the kind of woman his mate was going to be. An obnoxious fame chaser. That was not for him. In fact, that was the last thing he expected his mate to be. Surely there was a mistake. His lion was wrong. His mate was supposed to be someone calm and collected, not an attention-seeking reality TV pseudo-celebrity out to make a quick buck and a quicker name for herself. What a fucking nightmare. "You're wrong. She will be wonderful because she's ours." His lion was thrashing around in his mind, furious with Kai for making light of the situation. The woman, not his mate, he would make sure of that, was lying on the ground, a gash on her temple, her eyes closed. Her auburn hair was like a halo around her head, her hands at her side curled into fists. That was as interesting as it was infuriating. She was pretending to be passed out because, of course she was. She was a reality television contestant. She would squeeze this for all it was worth. If the network was lucky, she wouldn't sue. "You're an asshole," his lion roared. "She's injured. I can smell our mate's blood, and I do not like it. I want to destroy whoever it is that hurt her." It took some effort to ignore his lion's constant stream of panicked chatter, but Kai had a job to do, even if he did believe the woman was playing up her injuries for her own selfish purposes. "Everyone, get the hell out of here. Don't you have something better to do?" He turned to spot Greg, the production assistant. Call the EMTs. She has a gash on her forehead. For all we know, she has a concussion. Have you forgotten all of the safety protocols?" The last words rumbled out of him with a harsh judgment of the little man. The woman cracked open an eye, the brown of her iris an incandescent shade. "I don't want a concussion," she mumbled. "I don't have time for one. I'm scared to move. Is it safe to do so?" Her voice was light, with a hint of a sexy rasp to it. She sounded distressed and on the verge of tears. It melted some of Kai's hatred for the attention-seeker. "Probably best to lie still for now. Stay just as you are until the paramedics get here to check you out." He knelt by her side, his eyes roaming over the rest of her body. He told himself he was checking for more injuries, but his lion knew he was checking her out. Her curvy body was right there, mouth-watering and alluring. Shit, what was wrong with him? It wasn't the time, and she wasn't his woman. She turned her face slowly toward him, her one opened eye searching his face. "Is there blood on my forehead? It feels wet and ficus." "Viscous?" he offered, his concern for her growing in a flare of emotion. It wasn't a good sign that she had confused the words. Without knowing what he was doing, he took her hand in his, giving it a good comforting squeeze. The point of contact ignited something inside of him. His lion all but ripped through his skin to deepen the contact. The woman's other eye shot open, panic twisting her pretty face into a pure fright. "I said ficus instead of viscous?" She tried to move, but Kai held her down softly with his other hand, tutting calmly at her. "None of that. It's fine. You have had a bit of a shock, that's all." He hoped he was right. He studied her features. She did look genuinely afraid. Her heartbeat was erratic, and Kai could all but smell her tears coming up. "Is everyone still looking at me?" She tried to blink away tears, but a few slid from the corner of her eyes. Kai shook his head. "They're all gone. It's just you and me." Relief washed over her face, and she took in a shaky breath. "Oh, good. I didn't like having everyone around me like that. It scared me. They said my head was split open. Can you really see my brains?" A flash of anger started in his belly. No one had helped her, but they had all stood around like vultures, soaking up her misery. Fucking gawkers. "No, it's just a bit of a cut. If you're lucky, you won't even have a scar." She swallowed hard, a few more tears sliding down her beautiful face. "This is so embarrassing." Kai could sense her mounting panic, and he knew he had to do something to ease her discomfort. "What's your name?" Maybe if he kept her talking, her mind wouldn't focus on her injury. "Ember," she answered, her voice thick with emotion. "Ember Brady. You?" "Kai. It's nice to meet you, Ember." "I would say the same, but I don't want to lie to you right now. I'm not happy to be lying here on the first day of shooting. It doesn't look good. I don't want any drama. I just want to win and get a bakery that is all mine." He let her talk. He was too busy going through a whole mess of emotions. How could his mate be someone who was into reality television? Shit, she wasn't just into it. She was competing on a show. More than that, if Greg was to be believed, someone had purposefully tried to drop the light fixture on her head. Those weighed about 40 pounds. It could have been deadly. Kai knew that he had to set aside his judgment of reality television and the fact that he had found his mate to do his job. It was Mason Security's reputation that was on the line if this kind of thing started happening. Greg was a bit of a drama bug himself. Kai was going to investigate the incident before deciding if it had actually been done on purpose. "So, Ember," he started, "this is the first day of shooting. Any idea if anyone has it in for you already?" She cringed. "I hope not. I mean, Ashley and I went to culinary school together. We didn't get along back then. Oh, and when I arrived today, Greg all but told me I was ugly." His reaction took him by surprise. The low growl started in the back of his throat. There was nothing ugly about Ember Brady. She was curvy, beautiful, and smelled like sugar and vanilla. Had Kai described his perfect woman, he would have described Ember. Down to her cute button nose and auburn hair. Even her brown eyes made him dizzy with want. "You are not ugly," he insisted. He would rip into Greg for telling his mate that she was anything less than perfect. "Ha ha, you called her your mate. You have acknowledged it. You know I'm right." Ember tried to shrug. Greg said the wire was cut. Is that true? Kai hated Greg for telling Ember that while she was still on the ground, unsure of how severe her injury was. He would be having words with the man once this was all settled. "I haven't investigated it yet, but that is what he said, yes. Do you think Ashley holds enough of a grudge to drop a 40-pound implement on your head?" This time, when Ember cringed, he knew he had struck a chord. The scent of her fear turned sharper. "What is it?" he prompted. "You have an idea as to who could have done this." Ember bit down on her lip. "When I got the first letter, I thought it was just a mean joke, a silly prank. But this morning, there was another letter on my car. I haven't read it yet. I didn't want anything to ruin my good day." She snorted out a laugh. "I guess that just goes to show, if you receive one threatening letter, better to read the second as soon as you get it. What if the person warned me this would happen, and I ignored it?" His gut clenched over with cold and apprehension. His jaw ticked with the force of his scowl. "You got threatening letters?" he asked. "Yeah, one a couple of days ago. It warned me off the show, said I didn't deserve the shot to win my own bakery. I ignored it." "And the second letter? The one you didn't read? Where is it?" "My purse," she answered, "but I don't know where that went." He held up a black leather bag that had been sent sprawling away onto the concrete floor. "This it? Mind if I try to find that letter?" "Why?" Shit. Kai had been so distracted, he hadn't even introduced himself properly. "I'm in charge of security here," he explained. "If there is a threat against you, I need to know." "Oh, okay. It's under my wallet." Kai pulled out a pair of medical gloves from his back pocket and slid them on before rifling through the purse. He pulled out a pink wallet that had tiny little cupcakes drawn all across it. It would have looked more in place in a tween girl's school bag, but he didn't say that. It was kind of endearing that she loved cupcakes so much. He sure did. Especially when they were decadent, chocolatey goodness. "Something we have in common," his lion nudged. The letter was sealed, but he slowly slid the folded sheet of paper out into his hand. He read it a few times over, each time getting angrier. His lion was about ready to go to war. One thing was certain. Someone had tried to kill his mate. Chapter 5. Ember. The nice paramedic, a woman about Ember's age, with her blonde hair pulled into a tight ponytail, flashed a light in her eyes again. Ember followed the flashlight as instructed. She had already answered a few questions to prove she knew her name, the date, where she was, and who had written the latest pop anthem. "You're good," the EMT announced with a smile. "You don't need stitches. Just a bandage and a painkiller for the killer headache you'll have." "Will have?" Ember snorted. "I'm already there." Her head was heavy and throbbing, but somehow felt like it was filled with cotton candy. At the very least, she didn't have a concussion. That would have been pretty disastrous. It would have held her back from competing, and there was no way she wasn't going to get her chance at winning. Greg was pacing around nervously, clutching his clipboard as Ashley watched on, a few shades paler than she had been earlier. "If Janice can just touch up around the bandage, I can do my first interview for the show," Ember announced, slowly getting to her feet. The sexy-as-sin security guard hadn't left her side. Ember was trying not to read too much into it. He was probably only sticking around because he needed to make sure that she was safe and that the lot was secure. It had nothing to do with her. That didn't explain why he was gravitating toward her. When she took a step away, he took two forward. Ember had a tiny head injury. Maybe one of the symptoms of getting a light fixture to the head was imagining that gorgeous men were into you. Was that a thing? She was probably just confused from the hit to her brain. Kai didn't look like a security guard. He looked like he belonged on the cover of a magazine, or as the leading man in a romantic comedy. Ember tried really hard not to get away with herself. Was she already writing a fantasy where Kai was going to protect her from more falling debris and kiss her passionately while off in the distance someone started a slow clap? Yep. What the hell was wrong with her? She had bigger and better things to worry about than sexy security guards who lingered. He was not devouring her with those beautiful eyes of his. He was not licking his lips while looking at her, because he wanted to lick her like an ice cream cone. He was just assessing the situation for his employer. The zings up her spine and in her panties were a symptom of her headache. That was it. "You want to do your interview?" Ashley gasped, her eyes going wide and sliding toward Greg. "No, absolutely not." The security guard's words surprised everyone, including himself, judging by the scowl on his face. "Well, I don't want to hold up production because of a tiny mishap." Kai narrowed his gaze at her. She couldn't tell if he wanted to kiss her or spank her, but she would be up for both. The image of it filled her mind with such a vivid force, she felt her cheeks heat. Yikes, Ember. Cool the tingly vagina-fueled lust. "You're being ridiculous," Kai growled at her. "You're in danger if you continue on with this charade." "Charade?" Ember repeated, the naughty thoughts evaporating because of the judgment in Kai's voice. "Now, hold on," Greg said. "This is actually a good idea. It would be quite the twist to have this be part of the show." "Absolutely not," Kai and Ember snapped in unison. Kai studied her carefully, making her dizzy. What did it matter that Kai Mason was the hottest man she had ever laid her eyes on? So what if he had luscious light brown hair that matched his short-cropped beard perfectly? Who cares if he had pretty brown eyes that always seemed to be flashing one emotion or another? There were other tall, muscular men she could drool over later. Not this grumpy one who seemed dead set against letting her compete for her dream job. "I want to be just like every other contestant," Ember explained. "I want my shot at the bakery, but I don't want there to be this underlining story. It makes it seem like I'm here for all the wrong reasons, and I hate that. I hate when reality TV does that. Let's just keep it under wraps while—" She motioned toward Kai without looking at him. "While this man figures out who is after me. If someone is after me." "Someone is after you," Kai growled. Growled. Again. He was always growling at her like some kind of animal. Ember understood that he was a burly macho man, but that didn't give him the right to behave like a beast, choosing to rumble through his sentences. "Yes," Ember said, "I know that is a possibility, given the letters. But are we actually positive that someone did cut the wire? Nope, we aren't. We're jumping to conclusions. We're all assuming that the letters and the light incident were related." She turned toward Kai, rolled her shoulders back, and took a tone she reserved for her suppliers when they brought her the wrong fruits or the wrong brand of flour. "Now, you do your job and find out if it was an accident. Meanwhile, I'll stay here and compete, like Roberto and all of the other contestants." Greg sighed. "It would be really good for ratings to add in the letters and everything. Of course, we could pay you for agreeing to deal with it. We could even get some of the writers to draft you some lines for your interviews." Ember narrowed her eyes at Greg. It was embarrassing to realize that she was actually contemplating his words. If the network was willing to pay her for the danger of adding her would-be killer on the show, who was she to stop them? But that was not how she wanted to get her bakery. It was low and underhanded. Not to mention just how stressed out she was about the whole thing. Was someone after her? Who?
And why couldn't she find it in herself to walk away and try to find another solution to getting her bakery? She couldn't bake if her stalker ended up killing her. She should walk away. She heaved out a sigh, saddened by the realization. What if we use me as bait to catch the attacker? Okay, Greg said at the same time that Kai growled out a resounding no. Kai stepped away, leaning down to the light. He picked up the heavy object and inspected the wire. Ember saw his shoulders tense and his nostrils flare. The look he gave Greg could have curdled milk. You asshole. His voice was cold and full of anger. This was not cut. He showed Ember the wires. They were not cut smoothly, as she had been expecting. Instead, the metal wires were twisted, pulled taut, while the protective rubber sleeves were all jagged. The wires had been frayed over time. Oh, so they weren't cut, she exclaimed, turning toward Greg. But you said they were cut. Greg paled and opened his mouth to deliver an explanation. He didn't get the chance. Kai pushed past him to retrieve a workman's ladder that was pressed up against the wall across the room with a wide array of other tools, all of which had been used to build the soundstage and adjust the lights and audio equipment. Kai arranged the ladder right under the spot where the light had hung. Ember was truly ashamed of herself when she caught herself staring at the man's butt. Oh, what a butt it was. His legs were long and powerful. With his arms up over his head to fiddle with the fixture equipment, his shirt raised up an inch or so, giving her a clear view of his smooth, tanned abs. It made her breath catch and her mouth water. She had never, not once in her life, seen a man this good-looking in person. It wasn't fair to the rest of the humans. It led her to distraction, making her forget that someone had sent her threatening letters and that a heavy light had fallen on her head, nearly braining her. Just as I suspected, Kai said from above them. The light didn't fall because someone cut the wire. These weren't installed properly. The bracket that is meant to hold it in place isn't the right size. This one, he pointed to the ceiling, this one is only rated for 15 pounds maximum. This light was bound to fall. It was just really bad timing. He climbed down the ladder and went to stand in front of Greg. His arms were crossed, making his biceps bulge and pull at the sleeves of his shirt. A nerve ticked in his neck as he aimed an angry and terrifying look at the production assistant. Care to tell me why you made up the story about this being sabotage? Greg struggled to answer, but another look from Kai, and the man lowered his clipboard in defeat. It was just convenient, a good way to hike up the ratings right out of the gate. By scaring one of your contestants? Kai demanded to know. Well, she was not going to be in any real danger. Right. So I'm guessing that the convenience was even sweeter because of this. Kai plucked the threatening letter Ember had received from her hand and all but shoved it into Greg's face. You have to understand, Greg started. We're competing against a lot of reality television shows nowadays. Everyone and their brothers are releasing reality TV. Each is more dramatic than the next. Our baking competitions can't compete, even if it used to be the network's bread and butter. If I don't salvage this competition, it will be the last one. F&D will turn into scripted shows only. I can't let that happen. Ember was stunned. But for his part, Kai looked unfazed, as if he had expected this dirty trick from the showrunners. You left that note on my car? But why? A wave of nausea rose inside of her. You're one of the best bakers on our roster. You run one of the best bakeries in the world. I knew you could continue baking under stressful circumstances. Her teeth clenched down. That is really fucked up. Agreed, Kai said. 2 letters and a feigned accident? I'm reporting you to the network. This is a security risk. I have half a mind to call the cops on you myself, but I'll see what the network wants to do with your sorry ass. Greg was genuinely confused, his skin turning slightly green. 2 letters? No, I only put 1 on her car today. Ember inhaled sharply. But I got 2. Kai turned the full force of his angry stare toward Ashley.
Did you send it?
What? No, of course not. She turned her nose up, clearly too good for the likes of this conversation.
I'm taking this to the network execs. And you.
Kai's eyes bored into hers.
You're coming with me.
Ember nodded. She wasn't going to argue with the man. The morning had gone from bad to worse to downright confusing. Greg had sent her one fake threatening letter in hopes of creating drama and boosting the show's ratings before it even was filmed or aired. The publicity would have been free advertising for a run-of-the-mill baking competition. When the light fixture had fallen on her, Greg had seen an opportunity. It had failed, thankfully, but that left one very serious question. Who had sent the first letter? Chapter 6. Kai. Kai was fuming. It went well above anger. He was in dangerous territory. His fury was pushing against his skin, and his lion wasn't making things any better. The beast was on a tear. Of course, Kai couldn't shift, so the lion was on a tear in his mind. It was giving him a headache. The animal and the man, too, were furious that the network hadn't done more to deal with Greg. The production assistant had been put on leave, forbidden to set foot on the lot again until after the show was done filming. He wouldn't receive his pay, and he was going to be seriously demoted. But Kai didn't feel like it was enough for the fright he had caused Ember. The network, claiming that Greg hadn't actually done anything illegal, had refused to call the cops. Kai had a very detailed report that he was going to keep in a safe place. It might come in handy when he did call the police, when his family's business wasn't completely tied to the success or failure of the F&D network. For now, he had a more pressing matter. He had to figure out who was after his mate. Though Greg had been responsible for one letter, and the falling fixture had been exceptionally bad luck, there was still another letter to contend with. Ember had no idea who could be after her. In truth, Kai couldn't imagine anyone hating his mate so much as to threaten violence. She was sweet and funny. There was a sassy streak in her, but he had barely been given a chance to see it while they met with the network's executives. They had given Ember the chance to back out of the show, stating that there were 20 more bakers, just like her, ready to take her spot. She had crossed her arms and stated, quite plainly and ferociously, that she was not going to back down. She would compete in the show and win the bakery. Then they would be sorry that they hadn't dealt with the situation with more heart. One of the 3 men they had met with had laughed.
The network has done nothing wrong here, girlie,
his tone dripping with condescension.
If you received a letter putting you off the show, then it's on you to decide to leave. We have dealt with Greg, and he has nothing to do with the show anymore. Case closed. If I may, Kai had cut in. As the head of security, I have to point out the obvious.
He knew his choice of words was dangerous, but he was too angry to mince his words. This was his mate's life, for fuck's sake.
If there has been a threatening letter, Miss Brady has to report it to the police, something I strongly suggest that she does. I'll drive her to the precinct myself if I have to.
His eyes had found hers on a warning, but she had arched a daring brow at him.
If there is a threat, and you have been made aware of it, as your head of security, I'm telling you that you need to place more security around the show, specifically around Miss Brady.
This is more trouble than it's worth, another of the execs had said. If we can't use this shit for the ratings, what good are you to us? We're letting you go. Ember's gasp and the sharp scent of her sadness and anger had made Kai livid. You can't do that, Ember had said with a calm voice that was tinged with barely contained fury. I did nothing wrong. I deserve a shot at winning that bakery. All 3 execs had exchanged a look.
Kai knew what needed to be said to wrangle this herd of greedy cats in the right direction. He bit down on his tongue. If he said the words himself, it was sure to put his family business in danger. He willed Ember to read his mind. That wasn't exactly part of the mate sense, especially not so soon after meeting her, but he had faith that his mate was a strong woman who didn't back down from a challenge, even if he thought she should. It was dangerous to stay tied to the show now that someone was after her, but if she didn't want to back down, then it was his duty to protect her, not just as a security expert, but as her mate. More than that, as her mate, it was his duty, and his pleasure, to make sure that Ember achieved her dreams. If his mate was happy, he would be happy. Ember rolled her shoulders back, took a deep breath, and took on a composed mask. Kai knew it was a facade. He could hear her heart beating wildly and the slight hitch in her breathing. His mate was downright terrified, but she was pushing through the fear, not backing down from the insane challenge that lay before her. I really hate to do this, but under the circumstances, I think you have left me no choice. If you do not let me compete and give me a fair go of it, I'll be forced to bring Greg's antics to the authorities and the media. I have some pretty good family connections. Ever heard of a little soap opera called The Town? My sister Sparks is one of the leading stars. Oh, and I cannot forget the millions of followers my sister, makeup influencer, Cinder, has. You cannot push me out, and you'll also accommodate my security needs. One of the execs had slapped the conference table with a loud smack, making Ember jump. Kai had almost leaped at him for scaring his mate, but managed to keep himself under control. "Let me finish," Ember ordered. "You'll let this man, Kai, be a contestant on the show. That way, there will always be a member of security with me. I'll feel safe, and the show will go off without a hitch." Kai's face fell. His jaw was on the ground, and anxiety clutched his gut. He could grill a steak like nobody's business. But baking, that was finesse work he was terrified of undertaking, especially on camera. Even if his mate was asking it of him, he didn't know if he could do it. "Now, look here. We can't have the head of the network's security being monopolized by your whims because you know some people." Right. It was obvious by Ember's slight deflation that she hadn't realized that Kai wasn't just a security guard, but the head of the whole department. "Well, those are my terms. Your employee was going to use an accident that could have been fatal to his own advantage. Not to mention the negligence that your crew demonstrated by not using the right bracket to hold up a heavy fixture. The ball is in your court." Kai couldn't quite believe it. It was all a little bit insane. Is this what finding your mate did? It left you in situations that you would never have thought possible? Probably. Though he had never seen his parents, brother, or any other member of his pride being roped into being a contestant on a televised baking show. Ember had expertly negotiated the deal. She had earned Kai's respect, even if he was slightly queasy at the thought of being on television while performing a task he wasn't comfortable with. Thankfully, Ember had explained to him and the network's executives that she would train Kai up a bit. "I do feel bad for blackmailing my way onto the show," Ember said, tying an apron around her waist. "I swear that this isn't the kind of person I usually am. I was just so angry at them. I need to do this. This leads to my dream. I couldn't let them stand in my way." "They were terrified of you," Kai chuckled with pride and humor. "I don't think anyone has ever told them how to run their shows before. It was fascinating to watch. You must think I'm pretty stupid to want to go on with the show when I received a threatening letter." "Stupid? No. Gullible and innocently optimistic? Yes, absolutely." "That isn't a compliment," she chided with a frown. "It is, though. Don't get me wrong. It is dangerous as hell, and all for a bakery. Bank loans exist, you know. But I get it. You have chosen this course, and you're not willing to back down. Just so you know, as a security expert, And, as your mate, I'll have to go to your place and assess the possible security risk. Any chance you have a roommate or someone you could stay with? She shook her head. First, bank loans are given to people with collateral. I have none. I could ask either one of my sisters for the money. Both have offered to be silent partners, actually. But that is not how I want this to go. And to your second point, no, I don't have a roommate. I guess I could stay with Sparks. She has a security guard. Plus, she lives in a secured building, complete with Pinkerton's security guards. Fancy, he teased. But seriously, after this, I'm going to your place. You should also go to the police with the letter. When Sparks had a stalker a few years ago, they didn't do anything. Probably because your sister gets a lot of fan mail, and she has a security detail. You don't. If you don't want to stop by the precinct tonight, we should go in tomorrow. Okay, I'll go in the morning before coming in for filming. First, we need to get you ready for tomorrow. Thankfully, filming had been paused for a day because of the accident, but it was back to business tomorrow. Well, not back to business for him. For Kai, it was the start of a whole new thing. What are you going to teach me? He asked. Ember threw him an apron. I think it would be best if we start with the basics. Things like how to properly measure ingredients and what tool to use for which task. You don't have to be a good baker, right? You just have to look like you know what you're doing. He tied the apron and crossed his arms to keep himself from reaching out to her. Ember was tying her hair up, and a small curl had escaped. He wanted to tuck it behind her ear, but not before letting the smooth silk of the strand run through his fingers. I wouldn't mind actually learning a thing or two. I never learned to bake, but I would like to be able to make a few things. Oh, I guess we can do that too then. What do you make? Kai shrugged. I buy cupcake mix and ready-made icing. Ember gasped, her hand going to her chest. That is not baking, you barbarian. You like that stuff? Hey, he said defensively, it's not that bad. It's actually pretty tasty, and it sure beats having to stop by a bakery every time I want something decent. I always have a few cupcakes in the freezer. Her eyes went huge, her mouth agape. Please tell me you do not freeze cupcakes with the icing on? Well, yeah. Why not? Because it completely dries out the cake and ruins the taste of the icing. Tastes fine to me, he assured her. Her shocked glare was adorable. Kai had to fight the urge to kiss her senseless or bend her over the counter for some more naked fun. Okay, we're going to make my signature triple chocolate cupcakes. Afterward, when I give you the recipe, you'll promise me never to buy another boxed mix ever again or to freeze the cupcakes. Triple chocolate? He asked, drooling nearly half as much for the promise of pastries as he did for his mate. Ember rolled her eyes. That is all you heard, isn't it? Just the chocolate bit? You said triple chocolate, he corrected. And that is pretty much all I care about. I have a sweet tooth, he admitted. She's sweet as hell, so devour her. Can't you smell that? We could put chocolate icing on her for a real treat. His lion wasn't wrong. It wasn't the smell of the baking that was making his mouth water and his cock strain against his pants. It was the scent of Ember's desire. She was just as amped up as he was. His mate wanted him. I have a sweet tooth, too. I can't help myself. Ember shrugged. I'll dirty a second spoon or spatula by accident, just to have something else to lick. He gulped audibly as she spoke the words. He would give her something to lick, and not a spatula. Ember must have caught the shift in his demeanor, because she gave him a shy smile. I like licking the icing clean off. Can't waste all that goodness. Her blush deepened. I'm trying hard to not make it sound like an innuendo, but whatever I say is making it worse. She was right. It was making it worse. It was also making his dick harder than it had a right to be. It's fine. It wasn't. I didn't notice. He had. He cleared his throat. So, what is the first step in these chocolate cupcakes? Triple chocolate, she corrected with a wink. Ember took a sifter and a container labeled flour. She showed him how to sift the flour through it, gently and without a rush. She even explained the step that seemed so unnecessary. "It makes all the difference," she assured him. "It makes the cakes fluffier and lighter." "Good to know." Once all of the dry and wet ingredients were mixed and then combined, Ember helped him line the muffin pans with parchment cups. She gave him a trick to scoop the batter into the cups, an ice cream scooper. It was as simple as it was genius. "The only issue with this batter is that it's quite dense, especially with all of those chocolate chunks," he said, his mouth salivating at the thought of all that melted chocolate. Ember showed him how to center up the pan in the oven to ensure each cupcake was baked at the same heat level. While they were baking, making insanely delicious smells waft through the studio, she taught him to make the chocolate buttercream icing. She demonstrated how to pour ingredients, her hands going to his to adjust his movements whenever necessary. Kai wouldn't admit it to anyone who asked, but he was purposefully messing up so that Ember had to touch him. He never wanted the baking lesson to end, even if it meant that he wouldn't get to eat the baking cupcakes. "Now that the icing is done, all we have to do is wait for these babies to cool." Ember popped each cupcake out from the pan and onto a cooling rack. "It won't take very long, just 30 minutes or so. Then I'll show you how to pipe the icing on using one of these." She held up a clear bag that was crowned with a plastic tube holding up a metal tip. "I like making the cupcakes look like roses, but there are about 1,000,000 different ways to pipe on icing. Really, all you need is practice and a steady hand." "So, what do we do while the cupcakes cool?" he asked, leaning against the counter. "We clean," she answered with a smile. "Do you prefer washing or drying the dishes?" "Chef's preference," he said, echoing her smile. God, it was so easy to spend time with her. It wasn't a date, but Kai sure would have liked for it to have been one. Ember was sweet and kind. She was funny and beautiful. She was all kinds of things that made him want to flat out tell her that she was his mate. That wouldn't be right. It was too soon. She didn't know him, and he doubted she even knew what shifters were. "You look deep in thought," Ember pointed out as she dried one of the many measuring cups they had used. "I hope you're not plotting a way to put those delectable treats in a freezer somewhere." He chuckled, shaking his head as he ran a bowl under hot water. "No, I have learned my lesson. I was just thinking about how fun it is to bake, not nearly as tedious as I would have expected. Cupcakes are pretty easy. If I had shown you how to make something else, like pies or tarts, you would have run for the door." He wouldn't have. He could have promised her that, but he didn't. "What got you into baking?" Ember shrugged. "I honestly have no idea. It all started when I was a kid. It was way too young for me to remember, but all I wanted to do was bake by the time I was 6. My parents were pretty sure that it was only so that I could eat the treats, but it was more than that. My mother was busy. She's a chef turned food critic, so she worked a lot of weird hours when I was little. Then she had Sparks and Cinder, my sisters, and time with her was even more spread out. But she would find time to bake with me. It was our time. My sisters were too young to participate, and besides, they had no real interest in the kitchen. When we were baking, it was just Mom and me. I loved it." "That does sound pretty special. Do you get along with your sisters?" "Oh, of course. They're my best friends. But we're all so different. Sparks is an actress, and Cinder is a makeup influencer. They're both pretty glamorous." "You're pretty glamorous yourself," Kai heard himself say. And he meant it, too. "You create these wonderful things. That is impressive." Ember's laughter was music to his ears. "Oh, please. You haven't even tasted the cupcakes yet. I could be horrible for all you know." "Doubtful, if you got onto this show." "You got on," she pointed out. "Only to protect you," he said, the air around them turning electric. Her beautiful brown eyes were full of light. It made Kai's heart clench. He would protect her with his very last breath, He knew that to be the truth. "Let's ice the cupcakes," Ember said, heading toward the counter. There was a pretty blush on Ember's face. Kai was desperate to know if she felt the same level of attraction he did. The way her body moved around him, the way she smelled, everything indicated that she did. But she was keeping her feelings close to the vest, probably because she was a human who didn't understand that they were mates. Not yet, anyway. Ember piped icing onto a few cupcakes before handing him the piping bag. He tried one, but failed. He pressed too hard. The icing came out with an unattractive and comical splat. The next one he tried wasn't so bad until he got to the end. Overzealous, he pressed down too hard again, squeezing nearly half of the icing onto the one tiny cake. "You're holding it wrong. Look, like this." Ember nudged his arm until he lifted it so that she could step into his side. She closed her fingers around the piping bag, holding it with both hands. "Put your hands on mine," she instructed. "I want you to feel the movement." His cock jumped at attention from having her so close to him, especially when she had said those words to him. Feel the movement. He wanted to know what it would be like to feel her move against him while he fucked her, or made sweet, slow love to her. He would take both. He would take either, so long as he got to feel her. "See?" Ember said as she moved them through the motions. She guided him to another cupcake, then a third. "I think you can try it for yourself now. Just remember, go soft and easy. The icing wants to be on the cupcake. Let it go where it longs to go." Kind of like his cock. It knew where it wanted to go. Trying to tamper down his lust, Kai clenched his teeth down hard in focus. He moved through the movements slowly, barely pressing on the icing to get it out of the bag. Once he was done, he looked at the completed cupcake. "I didn't push hard enough." "That's right. It's a fine balance. You'll get the feel of it eventually." A lot of baking is about feeling. Like when you add cinnamon at the very last second when mixing a cake, it turns a simple recipe into something completely new and dangerously delicious. You'll get the hang of it. And besides, you know the cameramen won't be zooming in onto your creations, so you'll be good. Ember grabbed the spatula she had used to scoop the icing into the piping bag. Now, for the fun part. Kai watched, his breath and heart immobile, as Ember brought the spatula to her mouth. Her pink tongue parted her lips as she licked the chocolate icing in slow, measured movements, like a pro, like she had done it 1,000,000 times. He knew where he wanted that tongue. On his cock, in his mouth, just anywhere on his body would do. There was a bit of icing at the corner of Ember's mouth. It was an arrow to her lips, and nothing had ever looked so damn delicious. Before Kai realized what was going on, he had leaned down and licked at the icing. It was Ember's shocked breath that made him pause, his tongue burning where he was touching her. He pulled away, caught up in his own lust. "No!" his lion roared. "Why didn't you kiss her? Didn't you feel that? Didn't you taste that? She tastes like ours." "Oh." Ember's fingers hovered over her lips. "Shit, I'm so sorry. That wasn't right." He ran a hand back through his hair. "No," she whispered. It was okay. I didn't mind." Kai blinked at her in shock. Her eyes were hooded, her chest panting, and the scent of her desire flooded his senses. He should ask for permission. He should let Ember decide what she wanted, if she wanted. But she took a step toward him, licking the skin he had just tasted. She shivered, and something flashed in her eyes. It was a firecracker in his brain, setting something off, something deep and primal and impossible to ignore. He closed the distance between them, one hand cupping her face to angle her mouth toward him, and the other squeezing her hip, bringing her closer to him. His lips took hers in a searing kiss while she pressed herself into him. He knew she could feel his erection, but she didn't pull away. She moaned into the kiss,
letting his tongue dip into her mouth as her hands closed around his neck. Her kiss tasted like sugar and sex, something sweet and spicy, everything he had ever wanted. Her fingers dug into his scalp as she pushed herself closer to him. Kai's hands moved over her body until he grabbed hold of her to lift her up onto the counter. He positioned himself between her legs, never stopping his burning kisses, taking gulp after gulp of her essence. She kissed like he was her favorite treat, and it made him feel like he could do no wrong. Her tongue tangled with his, her lips as demanding as his. Her hands roamed down his back, making him shiver. God, he wanted her so damn much. He wanted to rip his pants off, lower hers, and fill her up with this cock right there on the counter. Do it, his lion urged. But he couldn't do that. He barely knew her. The burning attraction was merely brought on by the fact that she was his mate. Reluctantly, Kai pulled away from the kiss and stepped away from Ember. I shouldn't have done that, he said, his voice raspy with unfulfilled desire. Why? She asked, hopping off the counter. Is there some rule that you're not allowed to date anyone associated with the network? That wouldn't have been dating. It would have been a quick fuck. He hissed out of breath as soon as the words were out of his mouth. That hadn't been kind, or even what he truly felt. Ember flinched. Right, sorry. I just meant... She shook her head, her sugary vanilla scent enveloping him. I didn't mind. It was nice. Nice, he growled. It was more than nice. So why did you stop? Because it's not right. He stepped away from her. Not like this. Ember blinked at him, licking her lips. He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. We should get you home. I want to check the perimeter for any signs of an intruder. Ember took off her apron and rolled it in a ball before throwing it on the counter. Her cheeks flushed. Kai? What did you mean, not like this? Not in this studio. Not where things are fake and scripted. That is not what I want for us. He wanted real. He wanted raw. He wanted a whole bunch of things he shouldn't take on a soundstage. Chapter 7. Ember. Ember was so dizzy. She had to count the cupcakes to make sure she hadn't eaten half a dozen of the sugary confections. Her head rush was purely brought on by Kai and his kisses, and the way he had suddenly stepped away from her like he regretted what they had done. Oh, his words had said he wanted more, but Ember didn't trust that half as much as she trusted his kisses. That is not what I want for us. His words echoed through her brain over and over again. I should drive you home, Kai said, running a hand through his hair. I have a car here, she responded, confused. Besides, why would you drive me home? In case someone is after you. As I said, I need to check the perimeter of your place. Ember shook her head. You would do that? I'm driving you home, he insisted. I'm not taking any chances with your safety. Christ, he was so intense. Ember should have reprimanded him for going all alpha on her, but she liked his worry. It meant he cared about her. Even if it was only caring because of his job, she would take it. Unless he cared for her, because their kisses were electric. She would definitely take that, too. As payment for giving me your signature triple chocolate cupcake recipe, he explained further, his voice softening and his eyes melting. Okay, but what about tomorrow? I need my car to get to the studio. Well, obviously, I'll pick you up. Her eyes opened wide. That is a lot of time alone with me. Believe me when I say, I really don't mind. As if to prove his point, he closed the distance between them and kissed her softly. Ember tried to deepen the kiss, but he pulled away, slapped her ass gently with a smile. Naughty.
I told you I don't want to do that here. Now, let's go. He held out his hand. She blinked at him in confusion, only understanding when he took her hand in his. We're holding hands now? What is happening? Kai led them through the lot until he brought her to a golf cart parked in front of the building. Hop in, he instructed. I just need to drop it off at the security office, then we'll be off. Ember was stunned into speechlessness. Kai didn't let go of her hand as he drove to the security office, or as he walked her to his car. He even opened the door for her. The brief seconds between the door closing and him settling into the driver's seat were cold. She was quickly growing accustomed to having his hands on her. No sooner had he sat beside her than he retook her hand, driving with one hand on the wheel. Either he was taking his security job really seriously, or he was into her. Please let it be the latter. Ember tried to see her apartment through Kai's eyes. She wasn't messy, exactly, but she wasn't a neat freak either. There were recipe books on every surface, some opened with her chicken scratch over the print, making adjustments to the recipes. Others had a sticky note sticking out from the pages. A few on the kitchen counter even had spoons as placeholders. She regretted the makeshift bookmarks, a sudden urge to tell Kai that the utensils were clean. They had just been readily available while she read the cookbooks over breakfast. Kai's eyes roamed over the space, taking in the fireplace and its large mantel. He stopped at each picture frame there, studying it before moving to the next. There were too many pictures, but Ember never knew which to take down. Every photograph was of a good memory with her sisters or her parents. Her favorite changed depending on the day or the time of the year. Right now, it was the wooden frame that held a picture of her with Sparks and Cinder. The three of them were covered in cookie dough after a particularly hilarious mixer incident when she had tried to teach her sisters how to make cookies from scratch. She had scraped chocolate chips from her ceiling, laughing hysterically at her sisters for their lack of baking acumen. "You're close to your sisters," Kai pointed out. She smiled at him, bright and wide. "I am. They're my best friends and my favorite people in the world, even though we're so different." "I get it," he said. "My brother and I are very different, but I like hanging out with him. Haven't had much of a chance since he got married and became a father, but the little ones are a fun addition to the mix. There is nothing like having a tiny human torpedo at family dinners." Her apartment was a part of a duplex. The small, older building was further split into floors. All of her neighbors kept mostly to themselves, and there was no security door between her and the rest of the world. That was probably why Kai was so thorough in his perusal of her place. He looked in each closet, even the crammed linen one by the bathroom. He pushed aside the shower curtain before heading into her bedroom. Seeing the 6-foot-something man in her most private space did something to her insides. Her comforter was bright turquoise with big white and hot pink flowers. The throw pillows matched the flowers and the shaggy rug. The room was a splash of color, with clothes sticking out from a few drawers. At least she made her bed every morning. It was the only way she could be comfortable when she went to bed. She liked to snuggle up between the mattress and a tight sheet. She would never admit it, but she tried often pretending it was the arms of a lover that was holding her close. Instinctively, Ember knew that when she went to bed that night, those imaginary arms would belong to a certain security guard who was staring at the huge cupcake poster above her bed. The pink frosting was adorned with a smiling face. "This room suits you," Kai said, turning to give her a smile. "Oh? What the hell did that even mean? It's so bright and cheerful." Was that really how he saw her? Even with all of the drama hanging around her? God, she hoped so. Ember led a pretty simple life. She didn't usually do drama, preferring to roll with the punches. This was new territory for her, just like having the hottest man alive in her bedroom was a new experience. "That's a compliment, Ember." "Right, thanks. I'm sure I should have something more adult in here. It kind of does look like a preteen's room. He shook his head. No way. It's a splash of color in the world. Kind of like you. Oh, wow. Keep talking, sexy man. I like bright colors, and my love of cupcakes goes way beyond baking. She pointed to a plush cupcake sitting on top of her bed. Kai picked it up, a grin on his face. I can tell. His eyes were trained on the bed, and Ember hoped he was having the same kind of dirty thoughts that she was having. Picturing Kai, with his muscular form, lying on her bed was making her a little giddy. When I babysit my nephew, I have to check under the bed for monsters. The closet, too, and for whatever reason, the top drawer of his dresser. There was a sock sticking out of it once, and he was sure it was a snake. Poor little boy. Kai took a step forward, preparing to drop down to the floor, and she reached out, her hand meeting his toned forearm. Please don't tell me you need to check under the bed. He chuckled. Why? Is that where you hide all of your secrets? No, that's in my bedside drawer. Under the bed is where things get lost, like socks and underwear, half-empty lip glosses, probably a small army of dust bunnies. Naughty drawers will remain personal until a later time. He winked at her like it was a given that he would one day see into her drawer. If she got her way, he would. He sure kissed her like he wanted to. With an agility that had her lady parts cheering its appreciation for Kai's ass, he dropped down onto the floor, almost in a push-up position. It put the muscles of his arms on full display, making her mouth water. No monsters under the bed. Unless one can materialize out of dust bunnies, she said with a shrug. Kai chuckled as he eased himself up off the hardwood flooring. Now there's an image. He placed his hands on his narrow hips, nodding his approval at a task completed. You should be safe here tonight. Keep your phone beside you. Don't leave the house until I pick you up in the morning. He made to leave her bedroom, which meant he would be leaving. There would be no more kisses tonight. The realization made her sad. Stay for dinner, she said with so much rapidity the words ended up all jumbled up. Kai cocked an eyebrow at her, amused. Stay for dinner, she repeated with more composure. It was barely 8 o'clock, a bit late for a full meal. She wasn't ready to see Kai leave, not yet. We had a few cupcakes, but that's hardly a well-balanced and nutritious meal. I would like that. Kai's smile could have overheated her, all the way to 400 degrees in 2 seconds flat. Okay. Shit. She had a kitchen full of baking supplies, but nothing to actually cook. What had possessed her to invite him for dinner? We did that because he's hot as hell. Her hormones seemed to yell at her. How do you feel about appetizers for dinner? Love it. Put me to work, chef. And just like that, Ember melted faster than chocolate in a saucepan. Ember was surprised by how well she and Kai worked together. She had gotten a glimpse of it at the soundstage, where she had taught him how to bake and frost cupcakes. But in her kitchen, as she grilled up bacon and roasted up some rosemary and thyme potatoes, it was pretty obvious that they were just in sync. Her kitchen was tiny, not at all an ample space for someone like her who spent most of her time there. By all accounts, it should have been awkward to share the space with Kai. It wasn't. They moved around each other with ease. They brushed up against each other, but only on purpose. Her hand grazed his. He cupped her ass to nudge her to the side to get to the cutlery drawer. She rubbed his muscular back to wordlessly announce she was carrying a hot pan. Cooking with Kai in her small kitchen was like a sexy dance. By the time they settled at the table with their frisée salad, bruschettas, and potatoes, Ember was hornier than she was hungry. Their dinner was a strange mix of appetizers, but each was more delicious than the last. She could barely enjoy them because she knew for a fact that Kai's kisses were the most delectable thing in her apartment. And she counted the coffee cake that was sitting on its cake stand on the counter. He was that good of a kisser. How did you get into security? She asked, after taking a sip of soda. It's just what my family does. We have a natural knack to protect. It's pretty much a biological need for us to protect what is ours. My grandfather and father just took it and created a job that fit their strengths. Do you like it? Kai pushed a piece of bacon around his salad plate. I like it enough. We got the F&D contract a little while ago. It was a big change from what we used to do. It means good things for the company. The contract brings in a lot of money for my parents' retirement and my brother's growing family. That doesn't sound like it's a passion of yours. He shrugged, popping the bacon into his mouth. It's fine. I'm not a fan of the network's bullshit politics or dealing with the types of people who work on the lot. There are many self-important people who drop, "Do you have any idea who I am?" every time they roll up to the gate. They think the rules don't apply to them because they're on TV. Yeah, I can see that. I love my sister, but she has been in the limelight since she was 14 years old. She's not a snob, but she has grown up with preferential treatment. She's not a bad person, but she does expect to be treated with kid gloves. I think, in her head, it's just how the world works, through no fault of her own. My parents tried really hard to continue giving her a normal childhood when she was cast on the town, but she had to drop out of school and get a bunch of tutors instead. She studied her ass off when she wasn't filming. She got her GED when she was 16, and she took a few college correspondence classes, but the whole experience just changed her. Was it hard, growing up with a famous sister? Ember considered the question. Not so much for me, no. I was already doing my own thing by then. It had more of an impact on Cinder. She looked up to Sparks, and she really wanted to be famous like her. Of course, Cinder can't act to save her life. Even when she tried to lie to our parents to get out of trouble, she was always caught. The memories made her chuckle. She's famous too, but as herself, not as a character. Kai's watchful eyes studied her face carefully. Is that why you want to be on the show? To be famous like your sisters? God, no. I'm terrified of the cameras. If there had been a competition off-camera to win a bakery, I would have done that instead. I love my job, but running someone else's business is hard. My boss gives me a lot of creative license, but I wish to build my own brand. I would love to just get to work in the morning, create a pastry, and serve it to my customers without having to ask someone else if it's okay, you know? Independence, Kai said with a head nod. I get it. That is exactly it. Independence to create and be my own baker. She shrugged. One day. Can I ask you something? Anything. His answer was more intense than the situation warranted. I'm just wondering, if your family wasn't in security, what would you have done? Honestly, I probably would have gone into security. I'm not like you. I don't have a passion, a goal. I just need a job. I have other things that feel like my purpose. Ember frowned at his choice of words. What is your purpose, then? I suppose the best way to explain it is family. My family, not just my parents, my brother and his brood, but my extended family as well. We're like a pride. That is important to me. That is what I live for, to make sure they're all happy, healthy, and safe. A pride? Like a grouping of lions? The comparison was a strange one, and Ember wanted to understand. His smile was secretive, as if he were hiding something from her. Something like that. There are a lot of us, and it's kind of my place to lead them. Not understanding his meaning, Ember cleared the dishes from the table. Kai followed her into the kitchen and helped her rinse off the dishes before putting them into the dishwasher. So, you're like the head of the family? Yeah, we have a lot of traditions, and it's up to me to uphold them. That's what I love to do. A man who was passionate about his kin and their family history was noble. Ember had the feeling that he was keeping some critical detail from her, something that would help her make sense of his words. She couldn't shake it, but Kai didn't seem too forthcoming. It's not like he owed her any more of an explanation. They weren't lovers. Were they even friends? They had shared a few kisses because they had been roped together because of the threatening letter. Without that, would there even have been a connection between them? Ember thought so. Their kisses were electric and primal. That kind of thing didn't just happen with anybody. So, you're like the leader of the family, like in a mob movie? You're the godfather? His laughter was a loud, cheerful boom. Something like that, yeah. When there is a problem within the family, or someone needs help, they come to me. I look at the problem and rally the troops, so to speak. When there is a new baby in the family, I make sure everyone is around for the christening and that the kid is welcomed into the family. That made a bit more sense. Ember nodded. That is a nice role to have. It really is. I inherited it from my father, and one day I hope to pass it down to my own son. Her heart clenched at the thought of a miniature Kai running around. Whoever the mother would be, she would be one lucky lady. That is why you came over to check up on the apartment for me. You're a caretaker, a protector. He nodded. I look after my own. And the fact I wanted to make sure your head injury wasn't more than the paramedics suggested. Her cheeks heated. His words were intense. She wasn't his, but after hearing him say that, she sure wished she was. Thanks for feeding me, Ember. I had a wonderful time hanging out with you. I should let you get some rest. It has been a long, stressful day. Reluctantly, she walked him to the front door. It was inching toward 11. It was way past her bedtime. The fact that she wasn't yawning right in Kai's face was a testament to just how exhilarating his presence was. Have a good night, Ember Brady. Kai leaned down to kiss her. His lips moved softly against hers, his tongue dipping into her mouth. Her hands went up to tangle in his hair, bringing him closer to her. Her bedroom wasn't that far away. If Kai wanted a quick roll in the sheets, she could oblige. She would probably end up wanting more, but that was something she could deal with later. He slowly pulled away. Sweet dreams, love. I'll see you in the morning. With that, the mysterious man she barely knew was gone. She didn't understand how, but he took her heart with him. Chapter 8. Kai. Kai took a sip from his travel mug as he waited patiently, his eyes trained on the door. When Ember finally exited her apartment, his heart stopped. Maybe it had been a mistake to pick her up. It was early in the morning, and he wasn't too sure how he could keep his lust under wraps after so little sleep. The kisses they had shared were burning bright in his heart. He wanted more. He just didn't know how to ask for it. Of course, the tight jeans and soft yellow shirt she was wearing did nothing to lessen the sharp need he felt for his mate. You just have to tell her that we need her. Good morning, she all but sang as she took a seat in his car. Morning. How are you feeling? He said, smiling at her. God, what is that smell? His vehicle was filled with the most delicious scent, and it wasn't just his mate's natural aroma that had drool pooling in his mouth. Ember giggled and pulled a container from a canvas tote. She flipped the plastic lid, and the mouth-watering odor was downright unbearably appetizing. It almost competed with Ember's own essence. Almost. I didn't know if you were the kind of guy who likes breakfast, but I took a shot. She offered him the container. These are egg bites. Basically, they're bite-sized omelets with a croissant crust. There are 2 ham and cheese and 2 spinach and mushroom. Then, there are 4 jalapeno and jack, because those are the best. The Monterey Jack and jalapeno are the perfect combination. She pointed to one of the tiny omelets, each in the perfect 2-inch sphere. That is one right there. Kai blinked at her. His brain was completely blank of anything polite he could say. Ember swallowed, frowning at him. Shit, she gasped. Are you allergic to eggs or something? The cupcakes had eggs, he said lamely. Oh, A blush crept up her cheeks.
Right.
You made me breakfast.
God, why did he sound so faltering? Well, I had a hard time sleeping, so I got up and made these.
That is really sweet of you.
Kai didn't understand why the gesture was punching him in the heart. It was really sweet, and he wanted to gobble her up. Her. Not the taste of breakfast she had made him. It was her he wanted. Finally, after a head-splitting roar from his lion, he took one of the jalapeno and jack omelets and popped it into his mouth. The groan it pulled from him was completely involuntary. Her responding smile was lovely. Good? She asked.
Good.
He took another.
These are fucking amazing. How can an omelet have such a complex flavor?
She giggled, the sound going to more than one organ and limb. That is the magic of baking. It is pretty great, though.
Thanks for this. You're amazing.
Shit. No, really, shit. He had meant to say they are amazing, but the truth had come out due to his lowered defense. Oh, well, thanks. You're pretty wonderful yourself. That had definitely not been the response he expected, but he would take it.
Our mate thinks we're wonderful. Now kiss her!
He couldn't. Could he?
We have already kissed her a couple of times. What is one more?
Kai licked his lips, hungry for so much more than the omelets. He leaned over the center console and cupped her face. She held her breath, her eyes going from his to his lips and back again. There were pleading and anticipation there. Kai would give them what they both wanted. He gently pressed his lips against hers, lingering longer. He would have pulled away, but Ember's tongue touched his lower lip, and he was lost. His hand went to cup her face, and he angled her toward him, his tongue delving into her mouth, their tongues tangling in their passionate embrace. Ember moaned into the kiss, her hand going to his neck. Her fingers trailed the sensitive skin there, making him shiver.
We should go,
he whispered against her mouth. We should, she agreed, but she didn't pull away. Kai kissed her again, because he could, because he wanted to, because he never wanted to not be kissing her. Shooting starts in an hour, she said between sips of his mouth. He groaned in frustration, pulling away.
Do you suppose I could take you out sometime?
Ember blinked at him, her eyes wide. Like on a date?
Yes, Ember.
Oh, She leaned back into her seat, buckling her seatbelt as he drove away from the curb. I would like that, yes.
Okay.
Okay? Ember sounded unsure, like he had sprung this on her with no warning. What did she think all of those kisses had been? A tease? A game? He didn't know how to set her mind at ease, not without spilling all of the shifter and mate stuff. Instead, he reached over and took her hand in his. He started driving, never letting go. Every time they hit a red light, he would turn to her with a smile.
Think you could feed me one of those egg bites?
Sure. She popped one in his mouth, and he made sure to lick her fingers, even nipping the digits playfully. It tinged the breakfast food with her taste, and that made the delicious food even more irresistible. Kai couldn't wait to lay her down on a soft bed, spread her legs wide to taste her, to really taste her. Kai drove them down to the police station where they filed a police report. The officer made a copy of the letter and gave them instructions to contact him if anything else popped up. That was it. They didn't do anything more. Ember had warned him that this would happen, that the police wouldn't do much because there was not much to do. It still irked him down to his bones. This was his mate's safety, her life. He would always protect her, but he was feeling let down by the systems in place. Apparently, one single threatening letter wasn't enough to warrant the authorities' full attention. Kai could only hope that he got to the culprit before the letter turned into a more physical threat. Until then, he wouldn't let Ember out of his sight. Even if she couldn't see him, he would always be around. She had no idea that he had slept in his car within view of her place.
He had only gone home to shower and change when his cousin and employee, Marius, had come to keep an eye out. Kai was sure that telling Ember would only upset her. Not only because it might seem like an invasion of privacy, but because she might think he was possessive and jealous. He wasn't. Well, not any more than any other male shifter. That's why he convinced her that he wouldn't let her walk from the parking lot to the soundstage alone. In the golf cart, he drove them to the lot and proceeded to walk Ember straight to the makeup artist's domain. Kai had already arranged for added security. There were guards posted at each exit and one who was ordered to keep close tabs on Ember and anyone who came in contact with her. Kai was going to be participating in the competition, which meant he would be staying close. But he wasn't going to take any chances, not with his mate. "Have a good time filming," he said, his hand cupping her cheek. "I'll be doing quick rounds before the cameras turn on. Maybe when we break for lunch, we could hang out." Her smile was wide and sweet. It went to his head, his heart, his cock. I would like that, quite a bit. Kai didn't know if it was all right to kiss her in public. He wanted to, and judging by the way her teeth were sinking into her lower lip, she wanted to be kissed. Slowly, with enough time to let her back off if that's what she wanted, Kai leaned in. Their lips met in a sweet embrace, his tongue barely adding itself to the mix. There would be time for that later. First, he had to survive his first day as a contestant on a baking show. Chapter 9. Ember. The large timer at the back of the room was counting down the time left. There were 20 minutes left before the day's challenge ended. Ember had never, not once in her life, been distracted while cooking or baking. Usually, baking is what she did to regain focus. But today, the first official challenge day, was a disaster. Her panties were uncomfortable because she knew they had been soaked thanks to Kai's kisses. That wasn't what led her to distraction. Nope. Well, it wasn't the only thing making her focus shift from baking to sexy thoughts. It was the man himself. And what a man he was. Kai's station was across from hers, and she couldn't help sneaking glances his way as she worked. His entire body, all 6 foot something of it, was made of muscles upon muscles. Every time he moved, it was all corded muscles and graceful force. He was starting to look better than the fancy cake she was making, and that was saying something. Fancy cakes were one of her favorite things in the world, right behind chocolate cupcakes and her pink stand mixer. Ember shook her head, trying to clear her thoughts of everything Kai. She had a competition to win, and she would fail if she kept staring at his jean-clad ass or the way his arms moved. She needed to win the competition. Her dream bakery was on the line. She already had her ideal decor all picked out. She knew what her brand would be, and her creativity was dying to explode in a new space. There would be bright, happy colors everywhere, not just on the walls and the accents, but in her baking as well. But first, she needed to win. Today's challenge was making 2 wedding cakes, one for the bride and one for the groom. Ember had had the brilliant idea of making 2 cakes, but having them fit together like puzzle pieces, just like a good marriage should be. She had known that it would be one hell of a challenge, but she knew that bold moves and big swings were the way to get the judges' attention. If she could pull it off, it wouldn't just demonstrate her talent as a baker, but also as someone who had the confidence and necessary attitude to run a successful business. She knew she could do it. She was already doing it, but for someone else. This bakery would be her own. When she needed to wake up at 4 a.m, it would be for her and not her boss. Ciro Marino was a well-respected baker with storefronts all across the world. He was a good enough boss, but he could be temperamental, and he had already stolen one of Ember's recipes. The jerk had released it in his last book, taking full credit for it.
That's when Ember had realized she needed a change, that she needed her own place. Rolling her shoulders back, she aimed her piping tool toward the cake, promising her eyes and other parts of her anatomy that they could gawk at Kai as much as they wanted later, when their dreams weren't on the line. We have dreams of being all up in that. Could a vagina speak? No, obviously not. It was her damn hormones again. Down, girl, or I will not let us touch Kai again. Her mind was filled with laughter. Yeah, no way was that going to happen. She needed to touch Kai again. His kisses were officially her new favorite thing in the world. They even beat out chocolate cupcakes. He was that good. Maybe it was time for a different approach. Ember piped a line of icing onto the tiered cake, promising to herself, and her overly chatty vagina, that she would spend some quality time with Kai as soon as she won the first round. Unfortunately, her cakes and the puzzle concept wasn't enough to wow the judges. They loved the way it looked, praised the bouquet of flavors she had picked, but in the end, Roberto won. The man was a real contender. He had done one colossal cake, decorating one side for the bride and the other for the groom. The two designs blended perfectly and seamlessly. Ember hated to admit it, but it was the better cake. That means no Kai, she told herself. She needed to go home and focus up. Ember took off her white chef's coat and threw it into the designated bin. Even though the contestants were told to leave their station as it was, that a cleaning crew would be coming in to make it look just so, Ember needed the time to evaluate her cake and what she could have done to win over Roberto. She was scrubbing the already clean stainless steel counter, grumbling to herself, when Kai leaned a hip onto the surface, blocking her cleaning frenzy. "Your cake was beautiful. I really liked the concept." His own two cakes had been lackluster at best. Kai was definitely not going to make it to the next round if he didn't step up his game. She needed to give him another piping lesson, preferably naked, where icing could get some exciting places. Roberto's was better, she said with a shrug. Agree to disagree. The smirk he sent her way made her heart dance. It was really sweet that he was trying to comfort her. You don't have to humor me, she added with a self-deprecating shrug. I know I need to do better the next round. You came in second, Kai argued. From where I'm standing, that is a pretty good spot. Right, but if it was the final round, second place would mean losing. His face flashed a frown before grinning again. Then it's a good thing this was only the first round. You've got time to beat Roberto and the others. Kai's faith in her was nice. Ember had always been encouraged by her parents and sisters. It's not like she was starved for compliments, but when they came from Kai, they landed somewhere different in her brain. It was a place of romance where her dreams of a happily ever after with her own wedding cake lived. Do you happen to have plans tonight? Kai asked, leaning into her space. He brushed a tendril of her hair back, his gaze going from her lips to her eyes as if he couldn't decide where to look, as overwhelmed by her as she was by him. I'm taking you out, he stated, without giving her the chance to turn him down. Not that she would have. She had a date with Kai. Ember stood in front of her wide-open closet, looking at the options she had. She usually worked in jeans and a tee. Her clothes were always covered by an apron or a chef's jacket, so it wasn't like she spent a lot of money on clothes. There were better things to splurge on, like quality vanilla extract and the best flour money could buy. Ember didn't even have a little black dress, which, according to her sisters, was a staple in any woman's closet. The only dress Ember had was sealed away in a garment bag. It was her prom dress, something she kept for no reason at all. She couldn't wear it for a date. The huge pink and teal ball gown was hardly made for a dinner date. With a sigh, Ember grabbed her phone and hit her speed dial. I'm having a clothing crisis, she said as soon as Cinder answered. Well, hello to you too, big sis. I don't have time for pleasantries. I have a date, but none of my clothes are date appropriate. All I have are baking outfits. Cinder sighed. No, you don't. Remember a few months ago? Sparks went on a shopping spree for you as a birthday present. What did you do with all of the clothes she bought you? All of it was cute as hell and with designer labels to boot. Oh, right. Where the hell had she stuffed those bags of impractical clothes? She dove into her closet, the abyss of aprons threatening to swallow her whole. You forgot about it, didn't you? There was a smile on Cinder's voice, with only an edge of mocking. I never opened the bags, Ember admitted, earning herself a deep sigh from Cinder. Go through them and take a few selfies before you settle on something. Send them to me and I'll help you. Also, when you do your makeup, remember that you're beautiful enough to just go with eyeliner, mascara, and lip gloss. Don't try to go too fancy and elaborate. You're a natural beauty. You're ridiculous, but thanks for the advice. Wait for the pics, okay? But please, be kind. Geez, who is this guy that has you so turned around? A security guard from the studio. Oh, very nice. Look, I'm between shooting 2 videos right now, but I'll have my phone with me, okay? Just remember, you're a badass. You don't need a man to complete you. This guy just needs to add to your life, not make it complete. It's already complete. But I don't have my own bakery. Babe, you run one of the best bakeries in town. You might not own it, but everyone knows who runs it. Be confident on the date like you are when you're baking. I know what I'm doing in the kitchen, Ember argued. Right, but you know what to do on a date, too. Be yourself. That's all you can be. If this guy is any sort of smart, he'll feel goddamn blessed that a gem like you even agreed to date him. Oh, and just remember, no glove means no love. Ember stared down at the phone in shock before putting it back up to her face. Like I would have sex on the first date. Cinder giggled. Don't be so old school. Get some if you want it, girl. No use wasting time dating this man if you're not sexually compatible. If he doesn't get you into the O-zone, get the hell out of there. Geez, we're only going to dinner. Ember's entire body was flushed at the mere suggestion that she could fall into bed with Kai. I'm just telling you my truth, Ember. Do you? But also remember that your time is precious. If it doesn't work out, swipe left and move on. Cinder, just like Sparks, had many suitors. They were both beauties who attracted all kinds of male attention, but it never went anywhere. The other 2 Brady sisters had been told multiple times that they were too picky when it came to guys. Still, Ember could appreciate the no-nonsense attitude her sisters had about dating. They were grown women with careers and dreams. If a man didn't support them and hold them up, if a man couldn't be a good partner, in and out of the sheets, what was the point? Ember had a feeling Kai would be the kind of man to really take care of her needs, both in and out of the bedroom. She didn't say that to her sister, choosing instead to tug at the bags of clothes she had never opened before. Kai had joined a televised baking competition to ensure Ember didn't have to back out. That said a lot about the man. Ember was pretty darn sure that frosting cakes wasn't in Kai's job description. It gave her hope that, maybe, she'd found the butter to her cream. Chapter 10. Kai. No sooner had he knocked on Ember's apartment door than it swung open. Seeing Ember always made him happy, but the excitement in her features softened his heart. Add to it that she looked good enough to eat, and Kai knew he would have been completely lost to this woman, even if she hadn't been his mate. Hey, love. Kai. His name was a breathless whisper, making him shiver with need. He was going to have a hell of a time trying to keep his hands to himself. But why should we try to do that? She's our mate. Take her up against the wall.
She won't mind. Don't you smell that? She wants us so bad, just as much as we want her. Are you ready to go? Her nod was slow as her eyes took him in. He hadn't ever been one to pay close attention to what he wore. Jeans and thermals were his go-to. Tonight, for Ember, he had made an effort. His jeans were black, and he had paired them with dress shoes, a suggestion his sister-in-law had made. He had paired the lower half of his outfit with a green knit sweater that, apparently, brought out the color of his eyes. Once again, he had Carmen to thank for the suggestion. If it meant that Ember would be devouring him with her eyes all night, he didn't mind. He would be doing the same thing to her. Ember was wearing a pale pink flowing skirt, which hit her at the knee. The white top she wore gave him a glimpse of the bra she was wearing. He was curious to know what kind of underwear she wore under the skirt. I hope she isn't wearing any. Kai didn't know who had the thought, him or his lion. It didn't matter. Now that he imagined her bare, he couldn't get the image out of his head. Ember was so damn beautiful, it made him stupid with lust. Shit, it made him stupid with love. The mate bond was so strong, he was pulled into her center of gravity, always on the verge of mauling her with kisses. Reading his mind, Ember lifted herself up to the tips of her toes and kissed his cheek. The contact was soft and brief, gone way too soon, but it had ignited something in him. Kai took her by the waist with one hand while the other went to the small of her back so that he could crush her in his arms. She melted against him with a moan. He swallowed the delicious sound as he kissed her. His tongue took a swipe across the seam of her mouth before she let him in. Their tongues tangled, leaving them panting into the kiss like half-crazed lovers. His cock was punching painfully against his zipper, begging to be added to the mix. It couldn't happen. Not yet. Kai wanted to take his mate to bed. He wanted to lay her down on the bed and make love to her. But first, he wanted to take her out on a real date. He wanted to show her just how good it could be with him. And not just in the sheets, but out in the world, too. Because when he did take her to bed, well, then there would be no going back. He needed Ember to be sure of him. "We should go," he said against her bruised lips. "Okay." Her voice was a needy whisper, her hands still tied to his neck. Kai could have sworn that he could feel her nipples pressing into his chest. Good God, he wanted his mate. Taking her hand in his, he led her to the car, where he opened the door for her. He went so far as to buckle her in because he could, because he wanted to. Any chance to touch her, he would take it. "Where are we going?" she asked as he drove, her hand tucked into his lap. "You'll see," he said, aiming a smirk in her direction. "Should I be scared?" "That depends. Are you afraid of water?" Ember giggled. "Water? No. Geez, what did you plan? You told me to dress up. I'm not prepared to go for a swim." "No need to swim, love." After a short drive, Ember gasped. "You're taking me to the pier." Kai smiled at her. "I am, yes." "But," she arched a brow in confusion, "there's no restaurant at the pier." "Nope," he answered, pleased that she was trying to decipher his plans, but even more satisfied that she would never figure them out. He had planned quite the surprise. He parked his car in the marina's lot before rushing around to open her door. He tucked her hand in his as they walked the length of the docks. The moon was high up in the sky, a sliver of glowing silver in the black, starry sky. The pale light was reflecting on the dark water. A small amount of fog was rolling on the surface of the minuscule waves. The boat, a small yacht named My Toy Get Your Own, was illuminated with fairy lights. Kai would have liked to take credit for the lights, but that wasn't his doing. His client, a wealthy businessman who contracted Mason Security to guard his properties, liked to have the lights on his boat when he hung out on the deck. The man, Tobias Huff, had been kind enough to lend Kai his boat for the night. Kai knew that it was a gamble, perhaps a bit pretentious to bring Ember on a yacht that wasn't his, but a regular restaurant date hadn't seemed like enough. He wanted his first official date with his mate to be something memorable, something that they could look back on one day when they were old and gray and surrounded by their grandchildren. "What is this?" Ember asked as he helped her onto the deck of the ship. He explained his ties to Tobias, even giving her a brief rundown of what his family's company had done to protect Tobias from corporate espionage a few years prior. "So he just lent you this boat? Wow, that is trust." Her features were illuminated by the moon and the soft glow of the fairy lights above. On the deck of the ship, a small table was waiting for them. Kai quickly lit the candles before helping Ember to her seat. He poured her a glass of wine, allowing himself to kiss her forehead as he pulled away. He had a few more tricks up his sleeve. "I have to say, it's not easy planning a date for a baker. You spend so much time in the kitchen. I didn't know which restaurant would be good enough. This was the alternative." He motioned toward the small grill a few feet away. "I'm not much of a baker, but I can grill stuff like a pro." "You're cooking dinner for us on a boat?" He winked at her. "Yup. Hope that's okay. No one ever cooks for the cooks, you know. Everyone is always too intimidated. It doesn't matter that my specialty is baking. People are always nervous about making a meal for me. The only person who doesn't give a crap is my mom, and that's because it's her job, too." Kai listened to her while he started up the grill. Once it was hot enough, he placed 2 salmon steaks, a couple of sweet potatoes, and a folded bundle of aluminum foil containing green beans, broccoli, and red peppers drenched in garlic butter on it. It was simple fare, but delicious. He was confident that he couldn't fuck it up. Dessert had been trickier to figure out, but he was sure his plan would go over well. "This is so nice," Ember said, after taking a sip of her wine. "It's so quiet out here." "It is, yeah. I'm not a fan of open bodies of water. I fully believe that you have to respect the ocean and stay the hell away from it. But this? It's far enough away from the bustle of the city to feel like another world without going out to sea." Ember giggled and pointed her finger at him. "You asked me if I was scared of the water, but it's you who is." He was a lion, a big cat. Of course, he was wary of large bodies of water. He felt a blush creep up his cheeks, and he was thankful that the night was just dark enough, the lights just dull enough to mask it. "Yes, so we won't be going out with the boat. I wouldn't know how to drive it or sail it. I just find it beautiful out here." "Well, you did good, Kai. I'm very impressed." A smile curled the lips he wanted to kiss. Anything to make his mate feel loved and special. "I should help you with dinner," she said, coming to stand next to him. "Nope, that's my task tonight." He wrapped an arm around her waist to bring her closer to him. He kissed the top of her head, taking a whiff of her scent. She smelled like sunshine and sex, like love and happiness. The scent was like catnip to his lion, who was all but rolling around in his mind, presenting his soft underbelly as if Ember could reach inside of his brain and give him a belly rub. "Is grilling part of your family leader duties?" "It sure is," he answered. "I grill, and Mom prepares the sides. Usually my sister-in-law Carmen helps with that, but she's very pregnant at the moment. She's due in a few days, but the doctors have already warned her that the baby might be late. The little bundle of joy doesn't seem too eager to come out." "This is Lee's wife?" Kai felt his chest puff up in pride. He had only mentioned his family members' names a couple of times, but Ember had made an effort to remember. "That's right. Carmen is Lee's wife. And Sylvester is their little boy. Sophie is the baby." "Right. Though I guess we won't be able to call her that for much longer with the third one. Sophie is almost 2. Ember's eyes went wide. 2? And there is going to be a newborn? There is basically no time between pregnancies. Yeah, it was a surprise to them. Not really, though. Kai didn't think it was the time to explain to his mate that shifters had pretty potent sperm. When those swimmers got to where they were going, they wouldn't stop until another shifter was baking. They are really good parents, though. They can handle it. Besides, my parents love being grandparents. Sometimes, Carmen has to put her foot down and explain to my parents that the kids can't always do sleepovers. Ember's face lit up. I have a feeling that my parents would be the same if any of us girls had kids. Kai nodded. Do you want kids? It wasn't the kind of conversation to have on a first date, but this wasn't an ordinary first date. She was his mate, and he was already imagining having a bunch of kids with her. It would be good for him to know if it was even in her plans. Oh, I would love to have kids. It just never happened, you know? I don't keep the easiest hours when I'm working at the bakery. I imagine not. But if you want a family, I'm sure it will happen for you. The act of producing said family made him shiver. It would mean he would have her bare, without any latex between them. He could empty himself inside of her. He could watch her delicious curves swell as their child grew in her womb. He had a very clear image of Ember holding a tiny little girl in her arms, cooing lovingly. Yes, his lion purred. Now tell her she's our mate so we can make that happen right now. Kai pushed the thought away, choosing instead to turn his focus toward dinner. Dinner is ready, he announced. He loaded a tray with their food and brought it over to the table where they tucked in. Ember cut a piece of her salmon. He tracked the forkful going up to her mouth and disappearing between those lips he loved so much. Her moan of appreciation went straight to his dick. This is so good. Dill? Lemon? She took another bite. Do I detect a hint of lime as well? His chest puffed up with pride for the second time this evening. Yes, I always add lemons and a tiny bit of lime when I cook salmon. It's delicious. My compliments to the chef. She raised her wineglass to him. Coming from you, I'm taking that as the highest of praises. Oh, don't. Like I said, my specialty is baking. I don't know about that. I'm going to be craving those egg bites until the day I die. You don't have to die for them, Kai. I'll just make some more for you. Now tell me, grill master, what else do you cook up? I make a mean steak. My family begs for my ribs at least once a month. Boiled and marinated? She asked. Yep. In my own homemade barbecue sauce. Her eyes widened, her mouth dropping open. You make your own barbecue sauce? Yes, he answered, amused by her reaction. I think that's the hottest thing I have ever heard anyone say. He guffawed a laugh, taken entirely by surprise by her candor. Well then, the next time I make it, I'll have you over. I would love that. Fair is fair, so I'll bake a chocolate cheesecake. You've got yourself a deal. Over the rest of the meal, they fell into easy conversation. It was comfortable and exciting all at once. The more he got to know his mate, the more he wanted to know. She was funny and sweet. Her thoughtfulness knew no bounds. How someone could want to hurt a woman as kind as her was beyond Kai. Surely it would take quite an evil person to hate her. By the time dessert rolled around, Kai was drunk. Not on wine. Alcohol had no effect on his shifter constitution. It was on Ember's kisses that he was intoxicated. His dick was permanently hard, and thankfully, Ember hadn't noticed the amounts of times he had rearranged himself to keep the damn appendage from poking her in the hip every time they kissed, which was a lot. Her lips were just as swollen as his felt, but he had no intention of stopping. He would kiss Ember until he died, given the chance, only taking breaks to breathe and, hopefully, kiss other parts of her. Chapter 11. Ember. As a baker, Ember was definitely aware that food could be erotic and used as a sexy game. She had never actually experienced it for herself. Her knowledge came from her own fantasies, some romance novels, and what she had heard some of her coworkers discuss. Well, now she could speak from experience. Dessert had been a bowl full of fresh strawberries and a small vat of smooth, creamy melted chocolate. It had been stupidly simple, but it had led to some serious making out on the deck of the boat. When some chocolate had dripped down her chin, Kai had licked at it like he wanted to devour her. It had heightened the sexually charged night air, and they'd abandoned the boat to retreat to her apartment, where the kissing could continue in a more private setting. Hopefully, it would lead to more. They barely had time to lock the door behind them, and they were kissing again. The car ride over had done nothing to dull the edges of the desire burning inside of Ember. She was so desperate for release. She was half terrified she would come, still fully clothed. Kai was just that good of a kisser. It helped that he looked at her like she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Kai's strong hand was at the back of Ember's neck, his fingers softly caressing her hair. He kissed her temple, his lips running along her forehead where he pressed a gentle kiss. He continued exploring her face with his lips until he reached her mouth. His tongue traced her lower lip before he sucked it gently into his mouth. Ember kissed him back as her senses were flooded by all of the reactions he was expertly pulling out of her. Her hands roamed down his chest until she reached the hem of his sweater. She tugged at it, and he quickly slipped it off, sending it flying over his shoulder. Ember shivered with need when she saw just what Kai was hiding under his clothes. His broad shoulders and defined pecs led to a set of abs that were calling her name. The deep V of his hips disappeared into his jeans, leading to, she knew, an impressive erection. She hadn't seen it yet, but she had felt it pressed against her too many times now to doubt that the man was packing some serious heat. Ember ran her fingertips down his middle, tracing each ab. As her exploration brought her closer to the waistband of his jeans, Kai's breathing turned into puffs. "Are you okay?" she asked, dropping a kiss over his heart. "I'm trying to be well-behaved right now, Ember. You're making it very difficult to keep myself under control." "Under control?" she asked, her eyebrows going up and her smirk widening. "Under control of what? Can't you tell I want you?" He swallowed hard. "I want you so fucking much right now that if I behaved how I wanted to, it would probably scare the shit out of you." Ember was shocked. She was also so turned on by his words, her knees turned to jelly. She knew, somehow by pure instinct, that Kai would never hurt her. But he was looking at her with such passion, she was curious. She wanted to know what he meant. She wasn't scared, and she was confident that she would never be scared of him. "I don't think so," she finally whispered. "You don't know what you're saying." His growl low. "I have never wanted someone as much as I want you right now." Ember reached back to unclip her bra as she walked backward toward her bedroom. The straps slid down her arms before the garment fell to the floor. She straightened her shoulders and lifted her chin until their eyes could meet. "Show me," she purred. Kai's entire powerful body stilled. "Ember," he warned. "Show me," she repeated, cupping her breasts to tweak her nipples. Being so wanton was freeing and exhilarating. This wasn't who she typically was during sexual encounters. She only got to behave this way because she was with Kai. She felt adored and safe. She wanted to see him lose control, as he promised. It would be the sexiest thing she had ever witnessed. She knew it, down in the marrow of her bones. Kai was going to ruin her for any other man, but she didn't care. She would never want another man like she wanted Kai Mason. "Just tell me if you want me to stop," he growled, his eyes burning her with desire. Not likely. The words were barely out of her mouth when Kai lunged for her. His hands brushed hers out of the way as his mouth replaced her fingers. Kai bit down on her nipple as he sucked it into his mouth. The sting of the pain and the suction was all too much. Her knees buckled, and she nearly collapsed into his arms. Her core clenched as she panted, "Again." He growled low in his throat before grazing his teeth against her other nipple. She arched her back into him, silently begging him to take her however he wanted. Kai's hands were on her ass as he pulled her into his hips. He ground his pelvis against her, making it pretty damn obvious that he was rock hard and turned on. Kai's mouth left her breasts as he licked across her chest. His tongue trailed down to her stomach, where he nipped at her love handles. "I'm going to grip these so hard when I fuck you," he said, low and heavy. Ember's pussy clenched as the image of it blasted through her mind. "Oh, Kai," she purred. His tongue delved into her belly button before going down to trace the top of her panties. Then Kai's hot mouth was on her pussy. Her panties barrier was annoying as he kissed her repeatedly, making the moisture between her legs pool. "You smell like vanilla and sugar, and I'm going to eat you." There was something predatory in his words, but Ember didn't care. That is exactly what she wanted. Without warning, Kai lifted her clear off the floor and dropped her onto the bed. In one fluid motion, he bared her to him. His hands rubbed down her thighs as he pinned her knees down into the bed. Ember knew she was spread wide for him, that he could see just how wet she was from his attention. But instead of being self-conscious, she felt like the most beautiful woman to have ever lived. Ember waited impatiently for Kai to finally set his lips against her, but he didn't. Instead, he lowered his head to her pussy and inhaled deeply. His eyes were closed, and when he opened them to look at her, they were blissed out, full of anticipation and passion. She knew she should feel self-conscious. There was no way she smelled that good. There was a reason why most men didn't go down on women, right? Wrong. At least that seemed to be the truth of it for Kai. He took a deep inhale again, but this time he kissed her lips. Those lips. He kissed them like they could respond in kind. His tongue delved everywhere, touching every part of her. When he finally took a long swipe up her seam, Ember was already close to orgasm, but Kai didn't let her get there. Every time he tongued her clit, sucked it into his mouth, he would ease off, leaving the most sensitive parts of her to focus elsewhere. He wanted to control when she came. "Kai, please," she panted. "No, love. You're not going to come until I'm ready to move on from your pussy." "I need to," she pouted, arching her hips off the bed. Her limbs were loaded down by her intense need to come. "I know," he whispered, his eyes shining with possessive mischief. His tongue circled her clit again, this time with more urgency. His fingers traced her entrance, lazily dipping inside of her, but never quite enough to give her the friction she desperately needed. She bucked her hips off the bed, silently pleading for what he could so easily give her. Twice more, Kai brought her to the brink before easing away just seconds before she was primed to go off into bliss. Then, something wonderful happened. Kai sank his fingers deep into her clenching pussy, pumping the digits in and out with just the right kind of rhythm she needed. His tongue returned to her clit, this time with more force. When he suckled the hardened and highly sensitive nub, she cried out. If he pulled away again, she was going to lose her mind. But he didn't. Kai continued fingering her while making love to her pussy with his mouth. Her orgasm came out of her with such force, she felt boneless on the bed, letting Kai lick and suck and nibble her until she was shivering and spent.
He kissed her thigh before sucking her juices from his fingers. Kai smiled down at her, looking victorious. God, that was beautiful to watch. You are beautiful to watch. You could have made me crazy. She tried to sound chiding and failed miserably. He chuckled, his hands roaming across her sides to settle on her hips. I did warn you. I was tantalized to the brink of madness. I wasn't scared. You could have been, and we're not done yet. She bit down on her lip, feeling his erection pressing into her leg. Kai had just given her the best, most intense orgasm of her life, yet there she was, already desperate for more of him. He nuzzled her breasts, settling between her legs. We don't have to go any further, love. We could stop right here. Well, that was conflicting. Hadn't he just said they weren't done? She wanted more, damn it. She wanted that huge erection buried deep inside of her. She wanted to feel Kai everywhere. If he wanted to leave bruises on her hips, he could do that too for all she cared. She just wanted him, bad, again and again. She sat up to get a better look at his face. You're telling me that after that performance, you would be perfectly all right with putting that thing away and driving home? He smiled at her. It would be hard, but if that is what you want. Ember shook her head. What I want? Hoping to get the fucking of her life, Ember reached between them and closed her hand around his cock. Her thumb grazed the slit, tracking moisture around his swollen head. This is what I want, she said, meeting his lust-filled eyes. He licked his lips, his jaw clenched hard. Condom, he commanded. Ember didn't let go of his dick. Her free hand went to the bedside table from where she pulled out a foil packet. She tore into it with her teeth before rolling it onto his erection. She made her movements slow and purposeful to prolong the moment, just like he had done earlier. When the protection was handled, Ember fully expected Kai to take her. Hard. Fast. The man must need release. But instead, Kai flipped her onto her hands and knees. Ember let him because why wouldn't she? Ember had never been one to like that position, but if Kai wanted her that way, then she wouldn't argue. She knew he'd make it good, just like he had when he had devoured her. Once again, Ember was surprised that Kai didn't immediately take her. His hands kneaded the skin of her shoulders before tracking down her spine. He took her by the hips and kissed her neck, trailing his lips until he kissed each hip. He wasn't fucking her. Kai Mason was making love to her. He was worshipping every inch of her body. She shivered with the realization. Kai kissed one ass cheek, then the other, before trailing his lips back to her neck. His lips pressed against her ear. Ember. His voice was low and full of a million other things he didn't say. His cock brushed against her entrance, and she pushed into him, kneading him inside of her. Kai slowly pushed into her waiting and willing pussy. He edged in, taking his time until he bottomed out. His hips eased back before he filled her up again. Fuck, love, you feel so good. If you want me to stop, all you have to do is ask, okay? She didn't respond. There was no way in hell she would ever tell him to stop. Ember, he said, if it gets to be too much, tell me to stop. Say it. I'll tell you to stop if it gets to be too much. His hips started a faster, more rhythmic pattern. His grip on her love handles tightened with each stroke. Kai folded himself onto her to nip her neck. He was everywhere, around her, inside of her. His cock was long and thick, hitting all of the right spots inside of her. Wisps of pleasure started deep inside of her too soon. She didn't want it to end, her pussy clenching his erection again and again. I can feel you, love. Let go. I want to feel you come on my dick. Do it. As if her body was ready and waiting for his words, the wisps of pleasure turned into full waves. Her hands clenched the sheets as she rocked back against him, screaming out her release. Through her orgasm, Kai didn't relent. He continued fucking her, hands gripping her hips. He bit her neck, not breaking the skin, kissing the flesh before pulling out of her. "Hey!" she squeaked. But before she could voice her thoughts, Kai was on his back, and she was sprawled over him. His eyes roamed over her face, his cheeks flushed, beads of sweat lining his forehead. "Take me," he commanded. Ember was confused and tilted her head, too breathless to speak. "Take my cock, love." Oh, right. Her brain was well-loved goop, and she was having a hard time focusing. Following his directions, Ember slowly eased down his cock. He bucked his hips up, sending flutters deep inside of her. She had already come twice, and her legs could barely hold her up. "Fuck me," Kai said, his hands full of her hips again. She moved, rocking on him. Her body was racked with delicious shivers, her skin breaking out in goose flesh. His cock was buried deep inside of her, touching spots that had been unexplored before. It was an intense feeling which had her clenching her pussy walls again and again, desperate to feel every stroke. Kai was holding onto her hips with such force she was sure to have bruises. His fingerprints on her skin. Good. She wanted the marks. She wanted to have the marks to remember this moment forever. More than that, she wanted to mark Kai as well. She placed her hand in the center of his chest, her fingers wide apart. She slowly scratched down his chest, leaving red streaks on his tanned, muscled skin. "You're mine," the scratches said. Ember wanted to mark her territory, scream to the world that Kai was hers, that the man, flaming a new orgasm deep inside of her core, was hers. Ember had never before felt such a primal urge, but it was heady. "You feel so good, love. So tight. Come for me." Ember wanted nothing else. She didn't know how her body could still be so responsive after 2 intense and mind-melting orgasms. How could she already want more? Greedily, she ground her hips down, chasing her own release, hoping that Kai would finally reach his. The sparks of her release struck like a lightning bolt. She moved above her man, hands dug into his skin, his own gripping her hips. She screamed his name as her core clenched hard, like a clamp on his cock, milking him powerfully as she let her orgasm dictate how to move. It was nothing planned and everything instinct. Below her, Kai growled out a chuckle. "That's it, love. Give it to me." She collapsed onto his chest, boneless and no longer able to hold herself up. Kai was still hard and thrusting into her. How could the man have such stamina? He had already fucked 2 orgasms out of her, but he had yet to find his own release. "Kai," she moaned, "I want to feel you coming inside of me." "Fuck," he groaned. "You will, love, but I'm not done with you." "You're not?" He didn't answer with words, choosing instead to flip her onto her back until it was her who was pressed into the mattress. She could have asked what he was doing, but his intent was clear. He was already thrusting into her sensitive pussy. It was insane. She should beg him to stop, to come so that they could stop. But that's not what she wanted. She wanted to stay locked in that moment, with his cock inside of her forever. Kai was a biter. He never broke the skin, but as he pistoned his hips in and out of her in a rhythm made to drive her crazy, he nibbled at her neck and collarbone. Ember almost told him to bite her hard, to break the skin, to mark her in some permanent way. Now that was pure insanity. She should not want that, not in the least. Kai's shoulders coiled, and his pace lost some of its easiness. His neck muscles were strained. Ember traced the jumping nerves before arching up to lick them. "Come," she purred in his ear.
I really want to see you come, Kai. His eyes flashed. Not before you. Before she knew what was happening, Kai's hand dipped between them to her molten folds. His finger found her clit, and he rubbed the nub as he continued to thrust into her. It was all too much for her. Ember held on for dear life as Kai used her, pulled something out of her that hadn't been there before. The orgasm was another lightning bolt, a pure white-hot heat that made her go blind, deaf, and mute. All she could do was lay there and let the pleasure overtake her body. Kai's own release finally happened then. He pumped into her hard and fast, bellowing her name over and over again. Ember had just enough time to open her eyes and blink to witness the beautiful sight of seeing her man go over the edge. It was like watching the sun come up and go down all at once. Spent, he rolled them over, keeping her close to him. His breathing was as erratic as his heartbeat. She could feel it, pumping away wildly under her hand. "Kai," she whispered, "what the hell just happened?" He chuckled, kissing her forehead. "I should think it was obvious." She shook her head. "Hardly. I have never—" What could she say? That she had never had sex so good, so primal, so passionate before? The man had fucked her in 3 different positions, each time pulling out a powerful orgasm from her body. Like they had been made for each other. Like he knew her body better than she did. "You have never what?" he asked, hopping off the bed to discard the condom. "Nothing," she answered. "That was pretty spectacular." "It was," he agreed before bundling her up in his arms on the bed. "Sleep, love. It's late." "You want me to sleep after that performance? Seriously? I'm going to be keyed up until the next century after that." Kai's laughter moved through her until she joined in. "I'm happy to hear that, love. But you need rest." Ember nuzzled into his side, letting her fingers trace the muscles at his back. "Did I hurt you?" he asked, his voice low and full of concern. "Why would you have hurt me?" "I got carried away. I was scared to lose control." He hadn't lost control? What in the hell would that even look like then? "I might have bruises on my hips," she admitted, "but it's nothing that I didn't want." Before the words were completely out of her mouth, Kai was inching down her body. His fingers were feather-light over her hips. "Here?" Ember nodded. Kai bent to kiss the tender skin of her hip bones. "I am so sorry. You should have told me to stop. You should have told me I was going too hard." She sat up, frowning at him. "Why? I fucking loved it. I wanted you to hold me that hard, that tight. I wanted to be marked by you. That's why I did that." She traced the scratches on his chest. "I wanted to mark you too." Kai growled, low in the back of his throat. "You don't know what that means to a man like me." "A man like you?" "Yeah. There are things you don't know, Ember. Dangerous things. Things you might not be okay with." "Are you about to tell me you have a sex dungeon and that you want to tie me up or something?" He laughed, deep and loud. It made her heart skip a few beats. "No, nothing like that." "Okay, then what?" "This isn't the right time for that conversation." Ember cupped his face in her hands. "Kai, you just fucked me senseless. If you have bad news to tell me, this is kind of the opportune time. I'm all sexed out and in perfect bliss." His smile was small, but the uncertainty she saw there made her uneasy. She kissed his lips softly. "Tell me," she insisted. He sighed, the movement so profound it made the bed shake under them. "I had planned on telling you later, when we knew each other better." She shook her head. "Now I'm worried. Do you have a wife and kids?" "No, of course not." "Did you just use me for sex?" "No." That time the word was angry, as if the mere suggestion of it was ludicrous. "Did you poke a hole in the condom?" "Ember," he warned, exasperated. "What? The more you repeat no with no further explanation, the more preposterous my guesses will be. Like, are you an alien from another planet? Come to give great sex to the women of Earth so that they never want to fuck humans again and only your breed? She snorted at her own silliness. Something like that, he whispered. What? She balked. Come off it. Kai sat up, pulled her toward him until she sat in his lap. Let me just get through this. He was silent until she nodded at him. I'm a shifter, a lion shifter, to be exact. That is a breed of humans who can turn into an animal. Kai dropped a hand in her lap, palm up. Slowly, the smooth skin of his hand sprouted thick gold fur. Long, hooked talons replaced his fingers. Ember was stunned, shocked, terrified, and exhilarated. She could only blink at Kai, not trusting herself to say anything that wasn't a pure shout of surprise. Shifters like me have heightened senses, even in our human form, like I'm right now. I have extraordinary hearing, sense of smell, and instincts honed by generations of shifters before me. One of those instincts is how we sense our soulmate, the person who is meant for us. It's an instant connection, sort of like love at first sight, though that pales in comparison to it. It's visceral and animalistic. I felt it the second I laid eyes on you. What the fuck? You're freaking out, Kai stated as Ember leapt from the bed, taking the sheet with her. You're a shifter, she repeated, pointing to the lion's paw that was somehow attached to his hand. Yes. How is that even possible? I don't know. We exist. We don't advertise it because humans tend to... He swallowed hard. Freak out, she finished for him. Yeah. You have to admit that it's pretty freak-out-worthy. You give me the best sex of my life, and then you drop this on me? I'm sorry. I should have told you before anything happened. I just can't resist you. His erect cock was proof enough of that. How the man could be hard so soon after the insanely vigorous sex they had just had was beyond her. Maybe that was a shifter thing? Was it impolite to ask? I don't want to believe you, but that paw is proof enough. Ember shook her head. She was stunned that she believed him, but it would be impossible to ignore the truth when it was right fucking there. There was something else that was causing an issue for her. The mate thing. This man was convinced that they were mates, soulmates, after only a few hangouts and sex. This kind of thing didn't happen. Not to her, anyway. Explain the mate thing again, she commanded. Kai nodded and repeated the explanation, answering her questions with the patience of a saint, naked as the day he was born. He made no move to cover himself up. It made focusing all the more challenging. So, just like that, I'm supposed to just agree to be your mate? That is exactly what she wanted. She knew it was wrong, that it was too soon, that it was crazy, but she really wanted to believe his words. He had said he was a lion shifter, and there his lion paw was. So would he really lie about the mate stuff? Probably not. Ember needed to do something to regain control. If she had been in the kitchen, preparing a particular difficult pastry that was refusing to behave, she would pull up the recipe on her phone and go through all of the steps until she spotted the issue. There was no recipe for dealing with men who could change into animals, especially not when said men claimed to be your mate. On a whim, and following a tiny voice in the back of her head, Ember walked right up to the bed, took Kai by the cock, and squeezed. She felt unhinged, out of control. Kai hissed out a breath, his erection straining against her hand. Maybe she could hold the appendage like a lie detector, not because she wanted him again, even though she did. Is this a ploy to fuck me? Of course not. He seemed genuinely insulted by the idea that he would use her. So, if I met another shifter, they would confirm the mate stuff? Absolutely. And we're made for each other? Yes. I don't accept this. I hope you know that. He gulped. Okay. If we're mates, that means that we can date, like a normal couple, and things will just work out. Kai studied her carefully. If you want to put aside the shifter side of me and the fact that we're mates, to date like humans do, that is what we will do. We will date. That is what mates do anyway. The bond just gets stronger after the mating. When Kai explained what that was, Ember felt so dizzy she could have passed out. Could that be why she wanted the imprint of his fingers on her legs? Could that be why she had scratched him hard enough to leave a mark? Because somehow her soul recognized him as her own? It was entirely probable, but she wasn't going to say that. No, she wanted to date Kai and fall in love with him the regular way, not because his biology decreed it. It takes all the romance out of it, she explained further to him once she had voiced her concerns. Did it? Or was she just scared by the intensity of her feelings? I understand. So we will date. Not as mates, but as man and woman. Two people who enjoy spending time together. Okay. Okay, he repeated. Ember, he whispered, you're still holding my cock. Do you plan on doing something about it? She pretended to frown at him. Like what? He didn't use words to answer. Instead, he pushed her back down on the bed and proved once and for all that though her heart wasn't his yet, her body sure was. Chapter 12. Kai. There was nothing like waking up all tangled up with his mate. Kai should have known that there would be nothing like it, but he would never have expected to feel so happy, so complete. Even his lion was a big purring kitty in his mind. There was no urgency to get out of the door and off to work to knock another day off the calendar. He was content, exactly where he was. A very naked Ember turned to face him. His arm was draped over her waist. He had kept her tucked close to him all night. Her smile was bright as she leaned up to kiss him. Morning. Her sleepy voice was raspier than usual. It was cute. Yet another little thing he had discovered about his mate. Morning, he repeated. We should get up and head to the studio. I don't want to be late. She stretched against him. He reveled in the feel of her body on his. There were so many things he wanted to do with her, but there was no time. Ember was right. They had overslept a tiny bit, and they needed to jet off to the studio to make it in time to start filming. Some of the other contestants were being kept in hotels, as they were from out of town. Kai was happy his mate was from the same city as him. It made things so much easier for them, and it also meant she got to be in her space. Or, more accurately, he got to be in her space. It was intimate to wake up in her arms, in a bed which her scent permeated. Now his smell was there too, marking the territory. He had come so close to marking her during their wild night of sex. He had bitten her a few times, always easing off just before he broke the skin. It wasn't something he should have done, but he had been so desperate for her, for his Ember. She dropped a quick open-mouthed kiss over his heart before leaping out of bed. I'll take a shower. You should join me. It will save time. Like hell it would. Kai chased after her, laughing as he scooped her up off the floor. He turned the shower on, only dropping Ember down under the hot spray of the water when the room was filled with steam. The quick shower they were meant to share turned into some vigorous morning sex up against the glass wall. Later, as he got dressed, Kai made a mental note to check the glass. He was pretty sure they had damaged its structural integrity. It would have to wait. Their shower sex had definitely cut into their commuting time. The very last thing they needed was to show up late for filming. They couldn't start the day's challenge without two of the competing bakers. Kai was locking up when Ember's heart rate kicked up.
He turned toward his car to see her face was ashen and frozen in fear. She was blinking back tears, her breathing coming out in short, nervous pants. "What is it?" he asked, rushing toward her. Ember held up a slim, white envelope. Her hand was shaking. "Fuck!" His grumble was low and angry as he took it from her. Without any further words or explanations, Kai headed back into the apartment with Ember on his heels. He dropped the envelope onto the counter and sniffed at it. There was Ember's scent, as well as his own. There was another there. One he didn't quite recognize. It had been tampered with somehow. That made all kinds of alarm bells go off in his head. "You're not going to like what I'm going to say," he said, grabbing a knife to slice the envelope open. "Then don't say it," Ember pleaded. She must have already figured out that he would ask her to bow out of the baking competition. He would give her the money to open her bakery with no strings attached. His contract with F&D Network had given him loads of savings. He had every intention of spending it on his mate and their life together. It just so happened that his mate wanted to open a bakery. He would do that for her. But he knew, of course, that Ember would never agree. It didn't matter that she was his mate. She had turned down capital from her parents and her sisters. The bakery needed to be something all her own. Kai would have to argue with her about it. He just needed to find the right words. Unfortunately, words had never been his strong suit. "What does the letter say?" He shook his head. "It's the same thing as the last one. If you do not leave the show, I'll be forced to make you leave in a more permanent way. Don't make me hurt you, Ember. That's not what I want." "That is freaky." Her whisper was angry and terrified. At least she was having the right kind of reaction. Perhaps he would be able to convince her to walk away after all. Kai sighed. "Ember, are you sure you need to do this? It could be very dangerous to go forward. I don't want to lose you over a bakery competition. I can—" He stopped short, seeing the seething anger in his mate's eyes. The fear had melted away and was replaced with pure fury. "If you tell me to quit, I'll be furious." She dared him, crossing her arms under her breasts. "This is your life, Ember." Couldn't she see reason? "My career is too, you know. I can't keep working for Zero. I want my own place." "At what cost?" he growled low. She was infuriating, deliberately putting herself in harm's way for her dream. There had to be some kind of special place in hell for people this stubborn. "You're putting yourself in a psycho's path if you keep this up. I just found you. I won't lose you to some stalker who doesn't want to see you competing in a show. This is stupid." He knew he had made a mistake the second the word left his mouth. "I'm not stupid." "That's not what I said. What I meant was, you have a death wish. No dream job is worth dying over. I'll buy you a bakery if that's what it takes." Ember's sharp intake of breath was a clear indication that he was fucking it all up again. He shook his head. "Ember, love, I know you want to do this all by yourself, but you have to face this new reality. Someone wants to hurt you." "But how? Will this psycho walk up to me and attack me? You're always around me, and you have the studio locked up tight. How could anyone get to me?" "I don't want to take that chance." "Well, I do." She tightened her arms around herself, not budging. "That's not how it works," he snapped. His fear of losing his mate was getting too great. "How am I supposed to protect you if you won't make better decisions?" "Kai, I have known you all of 2 seconds. You say I'm your mate, and sure, fine, I believe you. But you need to understand one thing. I will not be the kind of woman who melts into this puddle of incompetent and helpless goop because of it. I was a person with a life, with dreams and ambitions before we met. That won't change." "Infuriating woman," he growled. "Don't you get it? This has nothing to do with you being a human or a pastry chef, or my mate for that matter." That was a lie, but she wouldn't know that.
It had everything to do with being his mate. He would protect any person from a threat, but there was so much more on the line because Ember was his mate. You can't keep competing if it means someone is going to hurt you. I don't see how they could. And why over the baking competition? It doesn't make any sense. You're right, it doesn't, which only makes this more volatile. We're clearly not dealing with a stable person. Who could want you out of the competition? Other contestants? Ashley? What about your boss, Ciro? Do you think he would threaten you to keep you working for him? Ember's dry laugh filled the room. Ciro wouldn't do that. He's a busy, world-renowned baker. He doesn't need me to run only one of his bakeries. There are thousands of people out there who could do the job. Kai nodded, but he wasn't so sure. Ember had a natural talent. Maybe Ciro should be on his suspect list. He would get some of his staff to look up the baker, dig into his past. He already had them running extensive, if not entirely illegal, background checks on all the film crew and other contestants. What was one more? If Ember insisted on putting her life on the line, Kai was going to have to double his efforts to make sure his mate was safe. The why she couldn't just walk away, he would never understand. He was getting gray hair just thinking about letting Ember leave the apartment now that she had received a second letter. Tie her up. Do not let her leave. Do something. Kai considered his lion's suggestion. For a second, he even considered doing just that, tying Ember up to the bed or to a chair to make sure she couldn't leave the safety of her house. That wouldn't go over well. He might not have known his mate for very long, but she was a strong, stubborn woman who was likely to never speak to him again if he stood in the way of her dreams. Damn it all to hell. She was going to be the death of him, and all for some goddamn cupcakes. Chapter 13. Ember. The huge timer on the back wall was set at 8 hours. For those 480 minutes, Ember was going to have to keep her fear and apprehension on lockdown and focus on the task at hand. Winning. The second letter she had discovered that morning had set her on edge. Kai's reaction to it had done nothing to put her mind at ease. She was surprised the man had let her leave the house at all. For a second, she had really thought he would hold her captive in her own apartment. It had passed, and he had walked her to his car. If Kai had tried to stand between her and the competition, he would have had a serious shitstorm heading his way. She would have broken up with him right then and there. She wasn't a shifter. She didn't care about this whole mate thing. Well, that wasn't strictly true. She had to admit that she did feel a profound connection, an insane pull toward Kai. He was a sweet, attentive man when he wasn't fucking the daylights out of her. Just looking at him made her insane with desire. But that didn't mean she would be self-effacing and stop wanting to be her own person. Ember bit down on the inside of her cheek as she listened to the 3 celebrity bakers and judges explain the day's challenge. Her focus was split between the competition and her new relationship with Kai. Maybe, she thought, tightening her apron for the millionth time, if he wasn't so intense, she would have been able to walk away from the competition. The Brady women all had a stubborn streak. It was just a fact of life for Ember, Sparks, and Cinder. But Kai was a shifter. He was part of a whole other world that he wanted to bring her into. And then what? Who would she be? What would she be? Just a mate? Kai had explained the process and connection to her, but it was as foreign as an Italian cookbook. She recognized the numbers and measurements, but the ingredients were a mystery. Love and relationship she could understand, but the way Kai felt about her, and the way she felt about him, was overwhelming at times. It made no sense, and his explanation, though clear, hadn't been enough for her. Love at first sight? Soulmates? That was fairy tale stuff, not real life. Kai believed in it because he was a man who was a lion sometimes, but Ember had always just been herself.
a pastry chef. If Kai wanted her to be a part of the shifter world, if he wanted her to be his mate, then she would have to hold on tight to her identity and what made her, her. She wouldn't just be his mate. Ember liked herself. She liked baking. She wasn't going to give up her dreams just because a tall, sexy man walked into her life and told her that they were destined to be together. If Kai wouldn't support her, then there was no point in having him in her life. Boyfriends or partners weren't supposed to sabotage your dreams, even if someone was out to destroy you. Ember had to believe that. After all, when her sister Sparks had a stalker, no one had pulled her off the set of The Town. She had kept on working as if nothing was wrong, and she was an actual famous person. Ember was a nobody, a baker with no real reputation and no fan base. The letters might have been disturbing, but whoever was sending them wouldn't actually hurt her. That made about as much sense as a man turning into a lion. Ember needed this. She needed to make a name for herself. She needed to be good and important at something. Her gift was baking, and she needed to make her mark on the world. Maybe it was because she had two famous siblings, or maybe it was because she'd always been the shy, reserved Brady sister. Cinder's words rang out in her head. She'd told Ember that a good man added to his partner's life, that her life couldn't be built on her man's world. If she let Kai dictate how she behaved in this situation, then wasn't she doing precisely what Cinder had warned her against? Even if Kai was the network's head of security, he still saw her as his mate. His opinions and decisions on the matter were seriously skewed. Maybe they should consult with his father and brother, who were also security experts. They might have differing views on the topic, and maybe they would tell Kai to ease off with his me man, me make decision for your future attitude. After all, the police had done nothing after the first letter was reported. That had to count for something. Their whole mandate was to serve and protect. Ember was going to stand her ground for once in her life. She rolled her shoulders back, cracked her fingers, and held her breath until the judges shouted, "Go!" Immediately, the seconds started ticking away on the giant timer. Ember had 8 hours to make 100 macarons in 5 different and original flavors. The judges wanted the presentation to be as edible as possible. It wasn't impossible. It was completely doable if she just found the right ingredients for whatever original flavors she would pair together. The first flavor that popped into her head was chocolate mint. That would be easy enough. She raced to the large pantry, grabbed the cocoa container, peppermint extract, and a few leaves of fresh mint. Loaded down by her ingredients, another idea flashed in her head. Chocolate orange. And just like that, Ember had the theme for her challenge. She would do all chocolate-based macarons with different accents: mint, orange, marshmallow, coconut, and caramel. A similar base would allow her to make tiny little chocolate plates to sit the macarons on. It was going to be brilliant. She quickly grabbed the rest of the ingredients and ran back to her workstation. Quickly, she mixed in the almond flour with cocoa powder to create the base batter for all 5 kinds of macarons. Meanwhile, she started melting nearly 1 pound of chocolate to make the edible plates. Ember was a flurry of activity. She refused to look up at Kai's station to see how he was faring. She was mad at him for suggesting that she back out. She was even more furious that he had tried to halt filming until he could investigate the threat. He had threatened to call the police again, and she had spotted him on the phone with the officer who had completed the police report from the first letter. Thankfully, nothing had come of it. Kai was only trying to keep her out of harm's way, and she could respect that. But she also didn't like how it was seriously impeding her dreams. Ember had convinced herself that she wasn't in any danger. No one was going to attack her on a soundstage when she was surrounded by other people and while cameras were rolling. The letters had only threatened her, not the show. If her stalker wanted her to quit the show, then he, or she, should have stopped the show altogether. It's what she would have done if she was unhinged enough to threaten someone's life. With a headshake, Ember vowed that she wouldn't think of the letters again until after the competition.
Then she would have a calm conversation with Kai about her expectations, her dreams. They could come to some sort of agreement on how to proceed. Maybe staying at a hotel where the letter writer couldn't get to her was a good idea. There. They would find a solution that wouldn't mean giving up everything she had ever wanted. Ember grabbed a spoon, dipped it into the batter, and brought it to her lips. The taste was all wrong. It caught in the back of her throat. She cleared her throat, shook her head, and, with a clean spoon, she remixed the batter. Once she was sure it had been adequately mixed, she took a bit of it in the spoon and licked it clean. The taste was bitter. Too bitter. There was something way off. Damn it, I'm wasting time. Ember coughed into her elbow, hoping to displace whatever the bad taste had been. She looked down at the batter, wondering which of the ingredients had gone bad. Nothing in there had expired. She was a damn professional. She always checked the expiration date before putting an ingredient into a mix. This meant she had to start all over while tasting every ingredient for posterity's sake. It would seriously cut into her time, dragging her chances of winning the challenge so low, her heart skipped and clenched. It would be okay. She could do this. She could definitely do this. All it would take is a bit of elbow grease, some calm, and a bit of baker's luck. She had made soufflés and loaves of bread at high altitudes with great success on her first try. She knew she could do this. Taking a fresh bowl, Ember dumped the almond flour into a measuring cup before adding it to the bowl. She dipped a finger in the flour, bringing it to her mouth. The strange taste was there. It made her throat close again. She coughed, but this time, the sensation didn't ease. Instead, it began spreading from her throat to her stomach. Something was wrong. She coughed into her elbow again, blinking fast against burning tears. The last thing she remembered was seeing Kai's horrified face. Then, her head hit the ground. Chapter 14. Kai. Kai wasn't sure how it happened. He had felt the hair on the back of his neck raise as if a foe had entered the soundstage. He had looked around, scanning the vast room for the threat. There had been nothing out of place, no one who didn't belong. But something wasn't sitting well with him. He wanted to scream cut to force the competition to pause for a moment while he figured out what was wrong. It would make the production assistant and the director furious, but he didn't care. The feeling, which was making his skin crawl, could very well have been connected to the threatening letter Ember had received. Kai was just opening his mouth to shout out a warning when it happened. Ember was standing there, holding up her concoction. Then she wasn't. Her body crumbled like a sheet of paper onto the ground. Without thinking, he burst into action, leaping over the counter to get to her. Even at a distance, he could tell that her heart rate had dropped quite low. Her cheeks had lost all color, and there was a thin sheen of sweat on her forehead. Her breathing was ragged. It was an effort to drag air into her lungs. It looked like an acute food allergy reaction, like she had gone into anaphylactic shock. The problem was, Ember didn't have any food allergies. He knew that for a fact. "Everyone, stay right where you are," he growled out. All of the bakers and the film crew paused, immobilized by the sheer terror and command in his voice. He took his cell phone from his back pocket and called for an ambulance. He knelt down onto the ground to gently place Ember's head on his legs. She didn't need chest compressions. She needed help breathing. "Ember, love, you need to stay awake," he crooned. "Open those beautiful eyes of yours and look at me." Ember remained inanimate in his arms as he began mouth to mouth. The ambulance ride was a pain. The paramedic moved around the bus, working on Ember. Every time the man touched Ember, Kai had to suppress a growl. His lion was going mad, ready to pounce. It didn't matter to the beast that the EMT wasn't the one responsible. The man was too damn close to Ember, who was in distress. It aggravated all of his senses. The only thing that brought him comfort was that the police had been called. They had locked down the studio. No one was going to be allowed in or out of the space until they gave their statement. Kai had called Marius, who would be making sure the cops sent all of Ember's ingredients to be tested for trace evidence. He couldn't be sure, but he had an inkling that Ember had been poisoned. It was the only thing that made any sort of sense. The only thing she had eaten differently than him was the batter she had tasted. He had been watching her like a hawk while she got her baking ready, and he had seen the confusion on her face once she had tasted the batter. He should have intervened right then. He should have known that his mate wouldn't have made a bad-tasting batter. She was too good for that. Once they arrived at the hospital, Ember was taken into the ICU, and much to his anger and dismay, Kai wasn't allowed to go with her. He wasn't family. He told the nurse he was Ember's partner, but she was unmoved. Ember's emergency contact was listed as her parents, and only they would be given any information. It wouldn't do. Kai took out his business card and dropped it onto the nurse's station's counter. He didn't want to create such a fuss for these men and women who were already taxed enough in their demanding jobs, but he needed to see Ember. He had to be by her side, or his lion was going to burst through his skin and go on the tear. "I'm the head of security for the studio where the incident happened. More than that, Ember is my partner. Girlfriend doesn't cover it. But we aren't married yet. You need to let me through to see her." The nurse, a petite woman with long red hair, sighed. "It's against the policy." Kai looked around and dropped his voice low. "She's my mate," he told the nurse. Her eyes got wide with understanding. He could smell the panther on her. She was someone's mate. She would understand what was at stake for him. "Oh, she's your wife," the nurse said with an exaggeratedly loud voice for the other nurse's benefit. "Follow me, sir. Sorry for the confusion." Kai could have roared in victory, but instead he followed behind the nurse. She brought him to a long hallway. Ember's scent went down the corridor and disappeared behind a set of doors. "She's through there," the nurse explained. "One of the ICU doctors is my mate, and the best one at diagnosing ailments." That made sense, Kai thought, since the man would have his shifter senses to help him decipher what was going on. "If you stay right there, I'll make sure Dr. Carr speaks with you as soon as your mate is stable." He nodded and began pacing the length of the hallway. Through the thick doors, he could barely hear what was going on. There was no way to tell which of the heart monitors he was hearing belonged to his mate. He hated himself for it. He would have been happy to be able to tell which one was hers, which one his own heart beat for. Guilt ripped through him because he couldn't tell which was hers. It wasn't the only remorse he felt. He knew that he was partially responsible for this. The stalker had most of the blame, but some was his. He knew someone was after his mate, and he hadn't put his foot down. He had let Ember go into the studio to film the day's challenge because their relationship was still new. He hadn't wanted to push Ember away completely, and now he could lose her because of it. Kai wanted to punch the hospital wall, but it wouldn't do him any good. He had to pace and wait to hear for some news. He was doing his millionth rep when a tall, thin woman with her blonde hair pulled into a tight bun exited the door. She took one look at him and gave him a sad smile. "You must be the mate," the panther shifter said. Kai had falsely assumed that the panther doctor was a man. Not that it mattered. He rushed toward the doctor, running his hands through his hair. "I'm Dr. Carr." "And is she going to be okay?" The doctor nodded. "She ingested poison, a small dose, but something that was highly lethal. Until we get the test results, we won't know for sure what she was given." "Is she going to be all right?" "Yes, of course. She just needs rest and fluids. The oxygen and IV drip we have her on will help her recover. It's an antitoxin that should clear it up soon enough. You got her here just in time." He shook his head. "Whatever it was, she didn't ingest too much of it, just a couple of tastes." "She will be fine. I wouldn't let a fellow shifter's mate die. You can go in to see her before you wear a hole through the floor. We're moving her out of the ICU and into a room on 7. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was a good sign. He made his way to Ember's hospital room on the 7th floor, calling Lee as he did. Kai was torn between staying by Ember's side, which he really needed to do, not just for her, but for himself. Just thinking about leaving her alone and defenseless made his stomach roll painfully. But he also needed to get to the studio to grab everything from Ember's workstation to see what had been contaminated. He couldn't do both. Marius was there with the cops, but Kai needed assurances that everything was being done to catch the poisoner. Marius needed backup. He grabbed his phone and dialed his brother's number. He hated to tax him with a large task, especially since Carmen was about ready to pop, but he didn't have a choice. He didn't trust anyone else, even Marius. "I'm sorry to lay this at your feet," he said to Lee, after explaining the current circumstances. "No, don't you dare apologize. I get it. If it was Carmen or the kids, I wouldn't want to leave their side either. You take care of your mate. I'll take Dad, and we will go shut down the soundstage. I'll make sure everyone gets interviewed. Not just the crew and other bakers, but all of the people who had access to the lot today. Go as far back as yesterday. Whatever was given to her could have been messed with yesterday after shooting was over." Kai clicked off the phone without saying goodbye. He knew his brother would understand the stress he was under. Kai walked into the hospital room, and his heart fell to the ground, beaten and still. Ember was lying in bed, looking pale and frail. There were all kinds of tubes sticking out of her, but at least her heartbeat was steady. He dragged the chair to the bedside and settled in, taking her hand in his. He would never let go. He was not going to let her out of his sight. He would buy her that damn bakery himself. She would just have to deal with it, period. "That is right," his lion growled. "No more nonsense. We call the shots." "Right." Ember wouldn't be too pleased about that, but he wasn't going to let her kill herself for her dreams. She didn't have to. She wasn't alone anymore. She had him. Moments later, Dr. Carr came into the room to check on Ember. "She's doing okay," she assured Kai. "But I have to say, it's not a good day for that baking competition," Dr. Carr said with a tisk of her tongue. "What do you mean?" Kai frowned. "Another person is here from the set. Same symptoms." His skin prickled. "Who?" "I really shouldn't say. I'm head of security at the network. I need to know." The doctor shrugged. "Ashley something or other." Kai's eyes narrowed. Had Ashley been poisoned too? That was highly suspect. Had the other woman also been receiving threatening letters? Up until this very moment, Kai had pegged her as the person responsible for the threat. "We took blood samples from both women. They'll be sent to a lab to determine the cause, but I suspect it will be some kind of insecticide. It's the only thing that can cause such an immediate reaction. Her stomach will be off for a few days, maybe up to a week. She will need to eat bland food, preferably liquids, clear soups like chicken noodle, nothing cream-based, saltines, and, when she feels better, maybe a bit of dry toast, but no butter or anything like that. We had to pump her stomach before she puked herself to death." Kai nodded along to the instructions. "Is there anything else I can do for her?" "No, unfortunately, this has to pass on its own. Rest and fluids are what's best for her. Now, if you'll excuse me." Dr. Carr left them alone. Kai leaned his head down onto the bed to be closer to Ember. He couldn't lay down beside her, but if he had been able to, he would have done so. He needed to hold his mate, to revel in the fact that she was going to be okay. He needed to feel her heartbeat next to his. He sighed and squeezed her hand. "Please be okay," he said to his sleeping mate. She moved, slowly coming to. Ember blinked those beautiful eyes of hers. They were glassy and unfocused, even though she blinked them a few times to get her bearings. "What happened?" "You were poisoned, but you'll be okay in a little while. Kai leaned down to kiss her forehead. I have called your family to let them know you're here. They should be here soon. Ember cringed. Are you in pain? Should I get the nurse? She shook her head. No, it's not that. This isn't exactly how I imagined you meeting my parents and sisters. He gave her a sad smile. I know it's less than ideal, but I had to tell them. I figured you would need your people around you while you heal. Thanks, Kai. I appreciate it. I really do. But you should know. She swallowed hard, and her face flushed. I consider you my people too, Kai. His heart soared, despite where they were and why they were there. He brushed his lips against her forehead. I consider you my people too, love. They basked in the moment, relieved that she was going to be okay. The quiet was short-lived. Soon, the room erupted with all kinds of exclamations of worry. Two young women, who looked quite similar to Ember, but with different hair, and an older couple burst in. It took a bit of time to get everyone calmed and settled down enough. Ember had to cough to get everyone to shut up. As one, her family quieted. Do you need something? Her mother asked. No, but you're all going to drive me crazy if you don't let me explain something to you. This is Kai, Ember said, her eyes finding his. He held out his hand to Mrs. Brady. I'm the boyfriend. Ember's mother had reactions similar to her daughter. Their eyes got wide, their mouths dropped open. Ember looked a lot like her mother. All of the Brady sisters did. The boyfriend? Mrs. Brady cooed, her eyes going to her ailing daughter. You're lucky you're in that hospital bed, Ember, else you would have some serious explaining to do, keeping this from all of us. I knew, Cinder and Sparks said at the same time before giggling. Didn't expect to meet you so soon, though, Sparks added. Well, this is far too many people in a sick room. Way too much excitement. We'll wait in the hall. Glad to see you're okay, sis. Cinder pulled at Sparks' sleeve, but her sister didn't budge as she surveyed Kai. Come on, you weirdo. Let's leave them be. The two sisters disappeared, leaving Kai alone with his mate and her parents. So, I'll be okay, Ember assured them before explaining everything, from the first letter to the poisoning. Well, now you have to let us invest in a bakery for you. There's no way we're going to let you compete in that dumb show now. Mr. Brady looked about as resolved as Kai felt. Thank you, Mr. Brady, Kai said with a sigh. I have been trying to get her to agree to that for days now. I knew you shouldn't meet, Ember grumbled. Now I'm outnumbered. You can't out-stubborn all three of us, dear, Mrs. Brady chided with a smile. Or all five of us, if we count your sisters. Ember narrowed her eyes at them. I can try, she mumbled under her breath. Not on your life, Kai and Mr. Brady stated at the same time. At least that earned him a smile from his mate. Fine, she sighed. We can maybe talk about alone, because I won't have my sense of taste ruined by more poison. Kai shook his head. You're an exasperating woman, he heard himself say. Get used to it, pal. Mr. Brady clapped a hand on his back. My girls take after their mother. There was love in the older man's tone. Well then, he sure had his work cut out for him. Chapter 15. Ember. The full 3 days Ember had passed in the hospital had been nothing about relaxing. Kai hadn't left her side, and her family had visited more times than necessary. Ember had a feeling her family was just looking to spend time around Kai to get to know the man who had captivated her heart. Her boyfriend, as Kai had introduced himself. Ember had wanted to go back to her place, but Kai, along with her family, had been dead set against it. Her mother had been right. There was no way Ember could out-stubborn 5 people who were looking out for her. Hindsight was 20/20, of course. She didn't fight all that much when they told her she would be staying with Kai for the foreseeable future, at least until the poisoner was caught. The police were still investigating the whole thing, not only the 2 letters she had received but also the poisoning. Greg and Ashley were the top suspects. Greg, because he had already admitted to sending 1 letter, and because he had wanted to use the falling light as a way to get more ratings. Ashley, because she too had been poisoned. Her explanation had been odd. When the set had been locked down after Ember had fallen, Ashley had supposedly tasted the funky batter to make sure Ember wasn't faking. Apparently, she still hated Ember for what had happened in culinary school. Or so Ashley claimed. The police weren't the only ones who were suspicious of her. Kai was sure she had poisoned herself to be declared innocent of any wrongdoing. Of course, if that was the truth of it, her plan had seriously backfired. She had ingested more than Ember and was still in the hospital as far as they knew. Apart from that, every staff member had been investigated or was still being looked into. So far, nothing had come up. Even her boss, Ciro, had been tracked down. It had taken a few days because he wasn't in town, but rather checking up on some of his bakeries in Europe. It was weird, since he had just finished his usual rounds, but Ember thought nothing of it. She knew some of his other bakery staff weren't the perfectionists that she was. It was something Ciro expected from his staff. She just happened to be that way by pure personality. It had been 4 days since Ember had all but moved in with Kai. Under any other circumstances, her family would have seriously disapproved of letting her live with a boyfriend so soon after they had met. But this was different. Her family was taking serious comfort in the fact that Kai had vowed to keep her safe. If safe meant not allowed to leave the house. It wasn't a bad house. It was actually really lovely and warmly decorated. Ember liked it. She particularly adored the kitchen. It was 4 times the size of her own, and it had a double oven and a huge kitchen island. It was the kind of setup she would have designed for herself. She hadn't baked since the poisoning. She was still feeling a bit queasy around particular smells. Kai wasn't letting her lift a finger. He heated up her soup and brought it to her with baskets full of toasted bread. She was finally able to eat some and keep it down. The antitoxins she'd been given had messed with her taste buds, a common side effect. As soon as she was feeling better, she was going to eat about 20 cupcakes. Macarons would be a big no-no for a long while. Ember was starting to get antsy. She wanted to take Kai's kitchen for a spin, but he wouldn't let her. Hell, the man hadn't even tried anything with her since bringing her home. Oh, they had kissed and maybe made out a bit, but Kai had drawn a line he was intent on not crossing until she was better. Ember knew he still wanted her. She felt the proof of that digging into her hip when they cuddled on the couch at night while watching movies. Kai was treating her like spun glass, which was in direct contrast to how he had treated her during their one passionate night together and the morning after when they had nearly broken her glass shower wall. It had only been a week since then, but it felt like 1 billion years had passed. Ember wanted Kai completely, desperately. Every time she reached back to cup his cock, his hands expertly pushed her away in a gentle rebuke. "Not until you're better, love," he would whisper with that sexy voice of his. No matter how many times she assured him she was better, Kai shook his head no. He would only make love to her again when she could eat a decent meal and keep it down. That was the barometer he was using to assess her well-being. If she wasn't so sexually frustrated, Ember would have found his concern sweet. It was sweet. But just how in the hell was she supposed to keep resisting Kai? Didn't he realize the impact he had on her hormones? The man had to know her vag was all but crying for his attention. "You're giving me that look again," Kai said from his seat across the living room. He was typing away on his laptop, working on something for Mason's security, probably investigating someone else from Baker's Gotta Bake. "What look?" "The one that makes me want to be naughty." Ember let the strap of her tank top slide down her shoulder. I don't know what you're talking about, she shrugged innocently. Kai's eyes were full of lust as he devoured her with a hungry gaze. You know the deal, love. No strenuous activity until you're 100% better. I am better, she insisted. Kai dumped his laptop on the armchair and closed the distance between them. His lips dropped to her shoulder in a series of hot open-mouth kisses. Ember didn't even notice he had flicked her strap back up until he was walking away, retreating to the kitchen. That was evil, she pouted. Not as evil as tempting me like that, love. Kai made a big show of rearranging his erection in his jeans before getting lunch ready. Ember gave him a sly smile. You're doing it to yourself, you know. Your well-being before our mutual sexual pleasures, love. That's just how it's gotta be. Her reply was cut short by her ringing cell phone. She picked up and had a quick and disheartening conversation. Well, you got your wish. Ember tossed her phone down onto the sofa, all thoughts of seduction gone from her mind. Kai hooked a brow at her as he placed a bowl of soup on the coffee table. What do you mean? That was the network. Baker's Gotta Bake has been put on hold for the foreseeable future, at least until the person responsible for the poisoning and letters is caught. Kai sat down beside her and placed a large, warm palm on her thigh. Love, you know that is not fair. That is not my wish at all. I want you to have your own bakery, but I won't lose you over it. That was too close. If you had taken another spoonful, you could have died, and there wouldn't have been anything I could do about it. She gulped. Kai's feelings for her were so intense, even though they had only met 2 weeks before. She felt the same, of course. How could she not? Not only was Kai Mason a walking sexy dream, but he was also really tender and sweet. It was hard to not melt for him like chocolate in a saucepan. She could really see herself losing her head over him. She nodded. I'm sorry if I'm being so unreasonable about this. Oh? He tried to suppress a smile. Sparks and Cinder are successful all on their own. I'm the eldest, and I'm still running someone else's show. Zero gets all of the glory for what I do. I would like to wake up in the morning and have something that is mine, something I can be proud of. I don't like comparing myself to my sisters, but there you have it. They've both got their shit together and figured out. Ember, I'm going to ask you something, and I don't want you to get offended, all right? She narrowed her eyes at him in apprehension. Okay. Why is it such a big deal that you do this all by yourself? Sparks would have been, what, 13 or 14 when she was auditioning for shows? Who drove her to those auditions? He arched a brow at her when she didn't answer. My parents did. Right. And Cinder started filming her whole makeup obsession as a kid, didn't she? She was maybe 10? She used to steal my mom's makeup. Then, Ember crossed her arms. Then, my parents bought her the stuff she needed. They had even gotten her some classes with a makeup artist for her birthday one year. I get what you're doing, she said. I'm just trying to make you see that no one ever does those big kinds of swings alone. The work, sure, but it's always easier to do things with a support system. Your mom is a chef-turned-food critic. She has the connections that would be beneficial to you. All 4 of your family members want to see you happy and would gladly invest in you because they believe in you, not because they pity you. And while we're talking about this, you're my mate, Ember. One day we will live together, share a home and a bank account. We will be a family and have kids together. As far as I'm concerned, what's mine is already yours. If I wanted to invest in a bakery for you, with you, it wouldn't be out of pity, and it wouldn't make it any less yours. You would be the one to make it work, to bake all of the wonderful things that bring people in. You've got to change how you see things, for your own sake. Ember nodded as she processed what Kai had said. She took her hand in his. So, we will be having kids, will we? Kai sighed, throwing his hands up in the air. All that, and that is what you focus on? Ember giggled. Well, if you want kids one day, you do know that we'll need to have sex again, right? Smartass, he cooed before kissing her. She found herself pressed down onto the couch with Kai above her. I'm sorry for being so stubborn and putting myself in danger. I see now that it was the wrong call to make. It's okay, he whispered against her neck. Just be careful from now on, love. You have got a lot of people who would lay down their lives for you. Ember nodded, arching up into him. I promise to be more careful. No more silly choices. I'll let others help me. Good, he said, nipping at her shoulder. I think that means you're feeling better. What? She squeaked when he unbuttoned her pants. He chuckled by way of answer. Are you telling me you were purposefully withholding sex until I changed how I think? Of course not, he groaned as she cupped his hard cock. I could never have that much control. It's just getting pretty damn impossible to keep my hands off you. Then don't, she cooed. Put your hands all over me, Kai. And for once, the stubborn man listened. Chapter 16. Ember. If anyone had told Ember that shifter families were just like a typical family, she would not have believed it. She was half expecting their family lives to be more animalistic, especially after the explanation Kai had given her about his role as the pride's leader, or alpha as he had called it. As it turns out, the Masons were just as loud and as loving as the Bradys. The only difference was the children. Sylvester and Sophie were tiny humans, but they had more energy than Ember would have ever thought possible. She hadn't spent time with any kids since she had been one herself. Her sisters were as far away from having kids as she was. Sparks was too busy with her grueling filming schedule, and Cinder was too busy building a makeup empire. Ember didn't have nieces or nephews of her own to gauge how to behave around Sylvester, who was a bullet of energy bouncing off the walls. Sophie was calmer, but only because her chubby little legs didn't move fast enough for her. She was continuously stumbling as she tried to keep up with her big brother. The girl didn't shed one tear as she fell again and again. Her delicate toddler features would pull into a frown of utter determination as she pulled herself back up and tried again. It was adorable. It also made Ember's uterus perk right up. What would her own kids with Kai be like? Would their little girl have the same determination as Sophie? Probably. Only her child would be even more stubborn if the kid inherited her personality. If they had a little girl with Kai's brown eyes, Ember would probably die of pure bliss. It's so wonderful to meet you, Joan, Kai's mother, said as she enveloped Ember in a hug. We're so excited that Kai has finally met his mate. Joan, Carmen, the very pregnant sister-in-law, chided. Leave the poor girl alone. We don't know the mate thing for sure. Peter, who was most definitely Kai's father, chuckled. Why else would he bring you here if you weren't his mate, Ember, right? He added a wink. Seriously, Carmen, dear, you should probably sit down and rest. Lee raced off to the couch, fluffed a few pillows, and helped his wife sit. He fussed over her, and it was probably the sweetest thing Ember had ever seen. It was the third time Carmen was pregnant, but it was clear Lee was always a doting father and husband. It made her wonder if Kai would be the same. Probably. Most definitely. Only instead of fluffing pillows, he was likelier to take her clear off the floor and set her into the couch with a warning that she shouldn't move a muscle. That would be sweet too, in a very Kai way. I'm late, Carmen grumbled. Or rather, this baby is late. It's in no rush to get the hell out. Hell, 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 Sylvester chanted as he raced by, Sophie not so hot on his heels. Ow! The tiny girl squeaked in an imitation of her brother. Carmen rolled her eyes heavenward. Every time I open my She stopped, eyed her children. Dang, mouth, they repeat it. This third kid is going to come out swearing like a sailor. Lee chuckled. We will love him no matter what. If he ever comes out,
Carmen groaned. You just need some of my cayenne tea. Flushes stubborn mason babies right out, Joan announced from the kitchen.
If that's true, better stock up on cayenne, Ma.
Kai was staring right at Ember as he spoke, a glimmer in his eyes and a smirk on his lips.
If our litter's anything like Ember, they'll need a triple dose of cayenne.
Ember tried to suppress a smile. He was thinking about their babies. It wasn't just her. He was doing it too, and talking about it openly in front of his family. Well, you're just as stubborn, she argued. You're in for it, Carmen warned. I'm still terrified of Sylvester's first shift. That child is wilder than an actual lion cub.
He'll calm down when he comes into his animal,
Lee assured his wife.
Don't scare her. She's new here.
Lee winked at her, just like Peter had. These shifter men sure knew how to put the people around them at ease. Kai clapped his hands together, gathering up the adults' attention. Sylvester and Sophie kept running everywhere, still shouting hell at the tops of their tiny lungs.
Okay, now that Ember is safe here, surrounded by shifters, I'll take off. I shouldn't be gone too long. I just need to go follow up on a few leads and then go to the police station. You need to stay here, where it's safe.
Kai cupped her face and kissed her softly.
Behave,
he added with a grin, swatting her ass playfully. I make you no promises. Kai grumbled something under his breath before kissing her again.
I'll be back in a few hours.
After another kiss, Kai left Ember with his family. Peter and Joan went to the kitchen to prepare lunch, while Lee tried to wrangle his kids into calm. It wasn't working so well for him. Ember sat opposite Carmen in a leather armchair, watching in fascination. This was her life now. It wasn't so bad. Not bad at all. Welcome to the hectic life of shifters, Carmen said, rubbing at her stomach with a pinched expression. She looked highly uncomfortable. It's a bit intimidating. You'll get used to it. There aren't any better people out there. They take care of their own, you know. Speaking of which, I should tell you, I'm not a shifter. But I'll warn you, shifters run in families. My sister and I were both single. She met a guy, and he was a shifter. Next thing I knew, a few months later, I met a shifter too. Do you have siblings? 2 sisters, Ember answered. Then you better warn them that they probably have a shifter mate on the way. Carmen winced, her fingers digging into her side with a puff of staggered breath. Ember blanched at the thought of telling her sisters that her new boyfriend could transform into a lion whenever he felt like it. They would probably think she had been sniffing too much icing sugar. Good to know. Hey, are you okay? Carmen nodded, but it wasn't at all convincing. Can I get you anything? Oh, ow! Carmen stilled. Her face turned ashen and then went red. Shit! She tried to move from the couch, but her huge baby bump hindered her movements. Joan, my water broke all over your couch.
You didn't even tell me you had started your contractions.
Lee was pale as he spoke. He was a flurry of activity, grabbing a bag from beside the couch.
It's hospital time. Come on.
He helped Carmen off the sofa, and immediately, Sylvester wrapped himself around her legs.
Buddy, you have to let Mommy go. The baby is coming.
I don't want another baby,
the boy whined, sniffling some seriously faked tears. Ember knelt beside him. Want to play a game? How about you go hide, and in a few minutes I'll come to find you.
Fine, but only if you promise to hide the baby forever, too.
Sure. We can do that. Free from her son, Carmen waddled away, helped by Lee. Peter and Joan helped them to the car, promising to keep Sylvester and Sophie busy. It was in this flurry of activity, as Sylvester zoomed from one hiding spot to the next, Sophie stumbling behind him, that Ember's phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, she had no choice but to answer.
Oh, thank God you answered, Ember,
her boss, Ciro, said, sounding panicked.
There has been a fire at the bakery. Can you come quick? The police need your statement.
Shit. I'm so sorry, Ciro. I'm on my way.
With a quick explanation to her possible future in-laws and promises of another round of hide-and-seek to her rambunctious future nephew, Ember cabbed to Ciro's bakery. She had to win the competition now that her place of work had gone up in flames. Ember was barely out of the cab, confused and frowning at the still very intact bakery. The storefront's glass was clean and sparkling. A few customers leaving made the bell over the door ring out. What? The word died on her lips as something hard collided with the back of her head. The very last thing Ember saw was Ciro's scowling face. Then everything turned black, and she fell to the ground. Chapter 17. Kai. Kai was pissed, angrier than he had ever been. None of his leads had panned out. He was no closer to figuring out who was after Ember than before. His stop at the police station hadn't yielded any new results. They were just as stumped as he was. No one had a motive. Everyone had an alibi. The cameras at the studio had nothing on them. The cops were going through the footage again because it made no sense. Whoever had poisoned the almond flour had to be on the lot at some point. The bastard had evaded all cameras. It didn't sit well with Kai. It led him to believe that whoever they were dealing with was a shifter. Only a shifter would have the ability and agility to sneak around security cameras. It would also explain why the scent of the last letter had been tampered with. Whoever had sent it had known Kai would recognize another shifter's scent. The issue with that theory is that Ember hadn't known of Shifter's existence before he told her. What Shifter had it out for a woman who didn't even know of their breed's existence? It was a frustrating mystery, but he wouldn't stop trying to solve it until he got to the bottom of it all and saved his mate. At least filming of the competition had been put on hold while the police investigated the poisoning. As unfortunate as that had been, it had set a fire under the network's ass. They couldn't just turn a blind eye as they had done with Greg. The man had been questioned by the police twice already, and short of pissing his pants, he had nothing of interest to say. He really was only after good ratings for his show. He was an opportunistic prick like the rest of the F&D network. Bottom line, someone was after his mate, but he didn't know who. Kai hated feeling powerless. He was the leader of his pride. He ran a security business, and he couldn't even catch whoever was after his mate. It was a ridiculous notion, one he hated. He slammed his car door and raced up his parents' front porch. He would feel better just as soon as he had Ember in his arms again. He opened the front door, taking care to lock it behind him. Sylvester immediately latched himself onto his leg, begging to be dragged across the floor. Sophie plopped down on his other foot in a fit of giggles. Kai picked up both kids, one in each arm. "What am I gonna do when there are 3 of you? Uncle Kai only has so many arms."
"Auntie Ember said she would help me hide the baby forever," Sylvester whispered with a mischievous grin. "Oh, you kids. Come on, you have mustard all over your hands, and now you've gone and dirtied your uncle's clothes." Mom took Sophie and scrubbed at the little girl's face with a washcloth. "Sorry, Kai. They were halfway through their sandwiches. They're faster than me."
"It's fine, Ma." He brought Sylvester back to the dining room and put him into his seat, pointing to the ham and cheese sandwich. The little terror picked up a chip instead. Kai looked around, searching for his lady. "Where is everyone?"
"Well, Carmen went into labor, so your brother took her to the hospital. Your father is putting a load of laundry on the line, and Ember left."
Everything stilled. "Excuse me?" he growled.
"Don't take that lion tone with me, Kai Mason. She got a call from her boss. There was a fire at her bakery."
"Fuck!"
he raged, heading for the door. "What's happened?" Mom shouted after chiding him for swearing. "Fuck, fuck, fuck!" Sylvester and Sophie chanted as Kai slammed the door behind him. There was no fire at the bakery. Ciro was after Ember.
Chapter 18. Ember. Ember slowly came back to consciousness. Her head was ringing from the hit, but she knew exactly where she was. The basement of the bakery. She had spent too much time in the bakery's stockroom not to recognize the stained floor and stocked-up shelving. Her hands were tied behind her back, rope digging into her skin. Ciro was pacing in front of her, running his hands through his greasy hair over and over again. The man looked unhinged, nothing like the high-strung professional she knew him to be. "Ciro, what the hell is going on?" she snapped. "Let me go." "No, shut up. Let me think." Ember shook her head, completely surprised. Had she expected this from her boss? Absolutely not. He was not even supposed to be in the country. The last time she had spoken to him was to tell him that she had been selected for Baker's Gotta Bake. He had been congratulatory, but he had also warned her that she couldn't win. How that translated into tying her up in the bakery's basement, she would have loved to know. "Help!" she shouted with all of her might. "Help!" She yelled it out again and again. Ciro backhanded her. The hit was a shock to the system. Who the fuck was this guy? She'd worked for him for years. Never had he given any inclination that he could be violent. "I said shut up." His eyes, which had always been cold and judgmental, were downright murderous. "I closed the bakery. There's no one up there to save you." "What is your plan here, jerkwad?" "Shut up, brain. He'll straight up kill me if I don't stop goading him." "You called me. Your phone number will be in my call log when the cops come looking for me. You'll be in big trouble. Plus, my mate is a lion who will eat you like a human cannoli. No, this is wrong. Be quiet for once in your life, Ember." "It would have all been fine if you had just stopped trying to compete. Why couldn't you just take the warning of my letters, huh? You're a stubborn bitch. Of course, I knew that. I knew that every time you brought up a new recipe, always pushing to change things. But of course, that is what sells, so I have to keep you on staff. God, I hate you. I hate that I need you to run a successful business." "Okay, dumbass." Jesus, Ember, that mouth will get you killed. I won't even be able to kiss Kai ever again now if I don't stop talking. I should have told him I love him. It's quick, but he did say mates are a love-at-first-sight thing. Maybe if I piss Ciro off enough, he'll make a mistake and leave. I could find a way to get loose and upstairs, right? I need a plan, damn it. I'll just keep on baking in the basement for you. Sarcasm dripped from her words, and Ciro's already red face turned purple. He was way too young to have such high blood pressure. Maybe she could anger him to death. Was that even possible? Enough with the lip, Ember. Don't you understand that you're in danger right now? Well, I'm confused. She tried to move her wrists out of their binds. Do you want me to keep on baking for you, or do you want to kill me? Because it seems like there is a major flaw in your plan. No, there's not. If you can't bake for me, you won't bake at all. I won't compete against you and your little bakery and the show that comes with it. Aw, you have faith in me. You think I have a shot at winning after all. How heartwarming. Though the binds were cutting into her skin, her left thumb was almost free. Thumbs are good. They're opposable. That had to be good news. If you agree to leave the show and work for me, I will let you go. Ember blinked at Ciro, her free thumb hanging out of the binds, limp and useless without the rest of her fingers. So much for thumbs being the essential fingers. I have got one I would like to flip to this guy right now. Let me go? And what? I'm just supposed to ignore the fact that you hit me hard enough so that I passed out, bound me, and then backhanded me? There are worse bosses, he spat. This guy. Ciro, right now, I'm really scared for your emotional well-being. You're not making any sense.
Are you listening to yourself? The only bakery that is doing well is this one, because of you. I had to shut 3 storefronts last month. 3! I can't lose any others. Do you understand? Ember blew out a breath as she wiggled her left index finger out from the rope. Finger guns did not make great weapons against crazy bakers. No, I obviously don't understand. You're not making any sort of sense. You want to kill me, but you want me to keep working for you? Zero, seriously, did you ingest some sort of drug? Maybe hit your head? Stop mocking me! Then, something truly horrifying happened. Zero burst out of his clothes, sprouting thick, black-brown fur. Finger guns were definitely not good weapons against bears. Chapter 19. Kai. Though the drive from his parents' home to Zero's bakery only took 10 minutes, Kai committed 300 traffic violations. He didn't even remember driving his car. He was speeding with such determination. Let the authorities come after him. He fucking dared them. They had cleared Zero. They had called him and, supposedly, verified that he wasn't in the country. Obviously, that was a damn lie if the man had called Ember away. The bakery, as Kai had suspected, was not on fire. It was perfectly fine, in fact. The scent of Ember lingered in the air, along with the smell of her blood. Kai just about lost it when he sniffed his mate's blood, tinging the air with its bad tidings. The closed sign was flipped on at the bakery's door, even though the listed hours stated that it should be open. He used his shifter hearing, putting his face to the glass. There was a low mumble of far-off voices. Kai took a step back, assessing the building. To the left was an alleyway that would surely lead to a loading dock for deliveries. Forcing himself to slow his movements to keep the element of surprise, he crept around the corner. The back of the bakery had a loading bay with a thick metal door. When he tried to open it, Kai wasn't surprised that it was locked. He pulled a small tool from his wallet, something he kept on him at all times, just in case. The 2 small pins slid into the lock, and he wiggled them around expertly until he could turn the lock and open the door. The fragrant odor of bread and pastries filled his nostrils as he crept into the empty bakery. To the right was the storefront. To the left was a narrow hallway that led down to a basement. He could hear voices coming from there. The old door was probably a creaking mess, but Kai eased it open inch by painful inch. Ember was definitely down there. Not only could he smell her, but he could hear her. And good Lord, the woman needed to sheath her tongue before she got herself killed. Zero, he heard his mate say. Right now, I'm really scared for your emotional well-being. You're not making any sense. Are you listening to yourself? Kai held his breath. Ember was being dangerously sassy with the man who held her prisoner. From his vantage point on the stairs, he couldn't see if Zero had a gun or a knife on her. In fact, he had no way of knowing what kind of situation he was walking into. The only information he had was that Zero reeked of bear. The man who was holding his mate captive was a shifter. How big was the basement? Would it accommodate his lion shape enough to fight? The only bakery that is doing well is this one, because of you, Zero whined. I had to shut 3 storefronts last month. 3. I can't lose any others. Do you understand? No, his mate snapped with way too much attitude for the situation she was in. I obviously don't understand. You're not making any sort of sense. You want to kill me, but you want me to keep working for you? Zero, seriously, did you ingest some sort of drug? Maybe hit your head? The sound of ripping clothes was indication enough. Zero was shifting into his bear. 2 shifters could play that game. Kai launched himself down the steep, narrow stairs. By the time he landed on all 4 paws, he'd shifted into his lion. The beast roared loudly, jowl opened wide in a warning growl that made the shelves shake. It made his red mane tremble. Zero the bear wasn't as large as Kai had expected, but it didn't matter. He was going to kick the man's ass. With a massive golden paw, he swiped at Zero. The bear staggered back, bumping into the shelves. Sugar, flour, and a whole other bunch of powders blanketed the air and floor. Kai's hit only grazed the bear's stomach. He pounced, pinning the animal onto the broken shelves, ramming the bear's head into the wood and spilled ingredients. He was going to make bear pie out of this motherfucker. Zero's hind legs scratched at his belly, momentarily making him lose his grip. But it wouldn't stop him. Kai was pissed as hell. Ember's fear scented the air. This wasn't how he wanted her to see his lion for the first time. Kai slashed at the bear's face, leaving deep gouges in the furry flesh. He wanted to go in for the kill, but not in front of Ember. Not like this. Kai pressed down on the bear, suffocating him, but Zero flipped him off his body, using the strength of the injured and dying animal. Zero tried to attack from the left, but Kai rebuked him with a swipe of claws. He tried for the right, but Kai was ready for him. The flesh of Kai's underbelly bled, but he didn't care. He would incapacitate Zero somehow. Using the stone wall as a springboard, Kai pounced on Zero again, knocking him into a broken piece of wood. The sharp shard struck and pierced the bear's paw, pinning him to the floor like a butterfly in a trap. Kai had him, but Zero was a coward. He shifted back into his human shape. "Don't! You can't kill me! What would the cops say?" Kai growled low at him, keeping his lion's shape. With the strength of his beast, he slammed Zero's head against the floor, leaving the man unconscious and bleeding from several wounds, including the wooden skewer. He shifted back into his human form and rushed toward Ember, who had somehow managed to untie herself. "I did it while you were fighting him off. I had to do something to keep my head busy. That was not something I wanted to see. Two huge creatures tearing at each other in a small basement. I thought the bakery was going to come down on us." Kai shook his head. "You're something else, Ember Brady." She shrugged. "I almost peed my pants when Zero burst into a bear, and then a lion came pouncing down the stairs like an avenging kitty. I knew it was you, Kai." "Don't call me an avenging kitty," he mumbled, but the pride and love in Ember's face softened him. "I have to, because that was so scary. I basically just witnessed two wild animals trying to kill each other over me, one of those beasts being my boyfriend. I need to see you as something less terrifying for the next minute, especially while he is lying there, naked and bleeding." She huddled into his arms, kissing his neck. "I should have shown you my lion before. You wouldn't have been as scared." "It's okay. I just really thought we would all die if the ceiling collapsed." "I would never let anything happen to you," he vowed. "I know." Her eyes lined with tears. "You came for me," she whispered. "I can't believe you found me. You're quite an amazing man, Kai Mason. Thanks for being mine." "I'm sorry it took so long." "It's okay. I should never have left your parents' place. Can we leave now?" Her eyes were purposefully not looking in Zero's direction. "Yeah, just let me deal with this." Kai took Ember into his arms, not because she couldn't climb the stairs by herself, but because he needed to touch her. He needed to show to his lion and to himself that she was okay. She was safe. Their mate was going to be just fine. He settled her at one of the small tables in the bakery before he searched for his forgotten clothes and grabbed his phone. Kai called the detective he had spoken with earlier that day. Kai had just enough time to redress before the officer got down to the bakery. 10 cruisers drove up to the shop, sirens and lights blazing. A few cops went down to the basement, where they would find a very naked and very unconscious Zero. The detective took their statement, but Kai was adamant that they wouldn't keep them long. If they had more questions or needed more information, they could wait until he had Ember back home, safe and away from Zero. The detective had clearly wanted to argue, but Kai was in no mood. That was made abundantly clear when he growled at this officer. "We're leaving." "Sorry," Ember told the officer. "He's a bit testy. You would think he was the one tied up in a basement." She waved her fingers at the cop and led Kai away. "Before you start on the lecture, I just want to say that I'm sorry. I had no idea Ciro was responsible. He called about a fire and I panicked. I completely forgot about everything else. This bakery was my whole world for years, you see. I was devastated. I'm sorry you had to come to save me again." "I have a handful of new gray hairs because of you, Ember." He took her in his arms, held her close, and kissed the top of her head. "You don't have to apologize. Just don't rush off next time you get a call while being stalked." "Next time?" she asked, poking his rib. "Please, God, don't let there be a next time. I can't lose you, Ember. I love you too damn much." "I love you too, Kai. Take me home, please. Your home." "Our home," he corrected. "And you're not leaving the house until Ciro is in jail." Ember rolled her eyes. "Fine by me. I got plans anyway. It involves chocolate icing and you. As a way to apologize for putting myself in danger again. And I want to see my mate in lion form when he isn't attacking another shifter." This time, when he drove, Kai only committed 252 traffic violations. Chapter 20. 2 weeks later. Is it possible to sweat to death? Ember tried to ignore the voice in her head, running a constant commentary. No, so far as she knew, it wasn't possible to die from sweating too much. Though, if it ever were to happen, it would definitely happen at this precise moment, because sweet heavens above, they were taking their sweet-ass time, as if they weren't holding all of her dreams in the palms of their hands. Think about something else, Ember. The first thought that came rushing to mind was when Kai had brought her home after her former psycho boss had tried to kill her. Kai had gently laid her on the bed, knelt on the floor, and took her shoes off, then lifted her legs onto the bed. She had felt so treasured and cared for, but she still needed to see her lion. After asking for him to shift, he seemed hesitant, but slowly took off his clothes and placed them at the foot of the bed. She wondered if this would be painful to watch, but all she could do was stare at him as his human form began to disappear into what could only be said as the most beautiful red lion known to mankind. His body was huge, his paws the size of her face, and his fur was shiny and red, with a dominant flare around his face. But what stole her heart was his golden eyes. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she reached out for him, and the lion slowly walked to her and placed his head in her hand. She swore she could hear him purring, but do lions purr? Pulling back her hand, she scooted up on the bed and motioned for him to jump up next to her. Gracefully he walked to the bed, put his front 2 paws on the comforter, and literally walked the rest of the way till he was on his side, and he laid down with his head on his pillow. He turned on his back in a submissive manner to let her know she was safe and he would love to have her hands in his fur. She looked at his underside, amazed that the injury he had gotten from the bear was already healed. She began to pet him as she murmured soft words about how strong and beautiful he is. She then curled up next to him, and he put his paw on her stomach, as if to say he would protect her for the rest of his life. While those are the thoughts she would love to be thinking about, she realized thinking about Kai was causing a different kind of sweat and a longing that was going to be evident to the public if she didn't redirect her thoughts immediately. The overly bright lights were beaming down on her, making beads of sweat roll down her back. Ember didn't even want to shiver from the perspiration soaking her clothes. That would show weakness. It would show that she was nervous as hell. And a pastry chef should not be a blubbering, shaking mess while being assessed for talent. That wouldn't look good.
Ember discreetly rolled her shoulders back. I think I'm going to dehydrate while standing on my feet right here. She swallowed. Her mouth and throat were dry. Was that a tremble starting in her knees? No, stop that. There is sweat rolling down the crack of my ass. For fuck's sake, this was pure torture. The 3 judges each took another bite from the creme brulee she had made. Her fresh peach ice cream had already been sampled with no indication as to its success or failure. Ember watched as Mariana Mumford brought another dainty bite up to her pinched lips. The woman ran a baking magazine, a vlog, and had storefronts in Times Square, London, and Paris. This was a woman who knew her creme brulee. I think we have all tasted enough, Mariana declared, placing her spoon down. The other 2 judges, George Alexandru and Carly Armando, nodded, also putting down their spoons. I'll go first, Carly said, clearing her throat. The judge's brown eyes fixated on Ember, leaving her about 2 seconds away from passing out. They can see the sweat marks under my tits for sure. I'm not a huge fan of ice cream, Carly began her diatribe. It's not something I reach for, you know. She dragged the scoop of ice cream toward her, picked up her spoon, and shoveled a bite into her mouth. This isn't ice cream. It's literally peaches and cream. You flavored the cream perfectly. It's tangy but not too sweet. This was a masterpiece. I would reach for this. I agree, George piped up. Suddenly, there was no sound in Ember's head. All of her sweat dried up, leaving her a shaking mess in front of the judges under the harsh light of their judgment and the spotlights. It wasn't the best I'd tasted today during the competition, Mariana shrugged. It was okay. I mean, you could have picked a different fruit for more of a challenge. I thought it was a safe choice for someone of your caliber. The last sentence rang out in Ember's head. Was that a compliment? Was it a good thing? Next, there is your creme brulee, Mariana continued. You must know that this is my specialty in my Paris bakery. I know a good creme brulee when I see one, when I taste one. I would serve this in my bakery. She pushed the dish away, looking bored and disinterested. What was happening? Ember's knees buckled under her. Why did they make her stand? She needed a chair. Stat. Pronto. Now. Thanks, she croaked through her dry throat. It was a bit too sweet for me, George piped up, but decent enough. Carly? I loved it. You did a good job with it. The sugar crust gave a nice, satisfying crack, and that is always the satisfying part for me. Thanks, Ember repeated like she was on a loop. So, we have reached a decision, Mariana said, still looking like she would rather be anywhere but judging Baker's Gotta Bake. It made it impossible for Ember to guess at what was about to happen. Was her dream about to be crushed? Was her life about to change forever? Through the entire competition, you produced quality work. Not only your flavors, but also your craft. You have a flair for creation, and that's not a skill that is accessible for everyone. Carly smiled brightly at her. Surely it was because she was about to let her down easy. I was a huge fan of your triple chocolate cupcakes. The different kinds of garnishes really worked well with those. You won a challenge with those. George winked at her. Was he being creepy? She had a mate. Sort of. Almost. In fact, George, the judge, went on, apart from Roberto, who won 2 challenges, you won 3. So obviously, this means you're a great pastry chef, Mariana added. That is why you're the winner of Baker's Gotta Bake and the proud new owner of your very own bakery and TV show. Ember blinked up at the judges. I won? I won. I won! Congratulations! Carly clapped, giving her a big, wide smile.
Well deserved. If you go through that door, your loved ones are waiting to celebrate with you.
They are? Ember's voice sounded strange to her own ears. On trembling legs, she walked toward the green room. As soon as she opened the door, there was an explosion of sound. Masons and Bradys alike threw their hands up, holding banners announcing her victory. Ember blinked back tears, still stunned. Kai picked her up and twirled her around. She didn't care that she had sweat through her clothes and definitely needed a shower. She didn't care that she was crying like a newborn babe. She had done it. She had won her bakery. "I'm so proud of you," Kai whispered in her ear before setting her back down. He kissed her deeply, earning them a loud cheer from their families. Cinder and Sparks were hopping excitedly, huddled with her crying mother and beaming father. Lee was grinning at her, holding up Sophie, who was clapping with her chubby little hands. Carmen had baby Orlando in a baby Bjorn, out like a light. Sylvester ran toward her, colliding into her legs. He pulled at her pants with a toothy grin.
Auntie Ember, can I have some of that ice cream now?
He pointed to the television that was playing the announcement of her winning on a loop. "Do you like peaches? There are peaches in it." The little boy's face fell.
Why do you put weird stuff in ice cream, Auntie?
He raced off, unaware that he had said the funniest, cutest thing ever. "Think our children will like weird stuff in their ice cream?" Kai asked, nuzzling her neck. "I'll train them well." Ember giggled, completely elated, her heart full of blessings and gratitude. Epilogue. Ember. Ember wrapped a towel around her wet hair and another around her body. The plush material soaked up the beads of water from her long hot shower. She had tried to tempt Kai into showering with her as soon as they had gotten home from filming. He declined, saying she deserved to pamper herself after winning her own bakery. The way he had beamed at her with pure excitement had been intense and zinged right to the center of her. He had kissed her and sent her off to shower, promising that they would celebrate as soon as she was comfortable. Ember had done it. She'd won. She did a happy little dance as she slid her nightgown over her head. The light blue silk hugged every curve of her body, the neckline dipping low. She didn't even bother slipping on underwear. She knew where the night's celebration would end, with her naked and under Kai. Actually, with Kai, there was never any way of knowing if she'd be under him, over him, or beside him. When he fucked her, he moved their bodies around, and in each new position, he pulled an intense orgasm from her willing body. Ember shivered in anticipation. Winning Baker's Gotta Bake had filled her with pride, but knowing she was going to commemorate it alone with her man was just as good. Cinder had told her to find a man that didn't make up her entire life, that completed it. That is what Kai did. The victory was sweet, but sharing it with Kai, well, that was everything. After towel drying her hair as best she could, she made her way to the living room of Kai's place, or, as he preferred to call it now, their place. She was all but living with him already, and the second her lease was up on her apartment, she would officially move all of her things into Kai's house. She constantly joked that if she married him, it would be for his kitchen. Really, it was because Kai was a wonderful man, the best, actually. He had stood by her side while she had been a stubborn dummy who went on with the competition even through death threats. Had the roles been reversed, she would have gotten the hell away from someone intent on getting themselves killed. But not Kai. He had believed in her and in her dreams. Instead of making her give it all up, he had gone with her to protect her. He didn't stand in her way. He stood by her. She would just make sure to get a little better at keeping herself safe to lighten the load on her deliciously grumpy lion. There she is. Kai closed the distance between them, wrapping his arms around her waist. The tops of his long fingers grazed her ass. "You're not wearing underwear," he groaned. Heat and appreciation flared in his eyes. "I figured it would just be a waste of time." She shrugged at him with a smile curving her lips. "You're impossible," he sighed happily. "I wonder what happened to Ashley," she mused. "I haven't seen her since—" "I thought I mentioned she was put on leave by the network." She raised her brows. "So she's okay?" "She survived, if that's what you mean. Okay? That's pushing it a little." She grinned and shook her head. "You're too much." "Stop distracting me," he grumbled. "I wanted to celebrate your win." "We are celebrating the win. Our win. I want to have said celebrations naked in our bed." She cupped his cock through his jeans. Kai hissed out a breath as she squeezed. "That is not exactly what I had in my mind." "Oh?" She kissed his neck, letting her lips trail against his heated skin. Kai grabbed hold of her wrist, leading her hand away from his straining erection. "Slow down, love. I want to be with you forever, Kai Mason. I think it's time you mate me. I have known, without understanding, since the first time we kissed. The first time we made love, I wanted to mark you and be marked by you. I didn't get it, but I do now. I understand that it was always going to be you. I was always going to be yours, and you were always going to be mine." "Ember," he whispered with his lips against hers. "I love you. I always will, until my last breath. My whole world is you." "Then mark me, Kai. Make it official." His kiss moved from soft and sweet to deep and passionate. It stole the breath from her lungs, but she didn't care. He could have her breath, her heart, her body. She was his. Kai wrapped his arms around her waist and lifted her clear off the floor. Instinctively, Ember coiled her legs around his trim waist. It lined them up in the best of ways. As he walked them to his bedroom, his lips didn't leave hers. He didn't stop kissing her, his embrace becoming more heated with each passing stroke of his tongue in her mouth. His hands rubbed down her sides until he lowered the top of her nightgown. He immediately dove for her breasts. His tongue went for her nipples. The hardened nubs were sensitive against his wet tongue. He licked and nipped at the tender flesh as he kneaded her ass, grinding her into him. He lowered her down, kissing a trail down her body and back up again. Her silky garment slid off her arms, past her hips, and pooled on the floor, pulling a satisfied groan from Kai. He devoured her with his eyes, his thumbs dragging against her now wet nipples. His hot mouth closed around one of the heated globes, sucking hard as he rolled the nipple between his teeth. The sting of pain, the one she was such a fan of whenever Kai played with her tits, sparked a fire in her core. Her hands tangled in his hair, pressing down on him so he would know that she didn't want him to move. She didn't want him to stop. He growled low, the sounds reverberating through her body. He moved to her other breast, lavishing it with erotic attention made to drive her wild. Her pussy was moistening with such rapidity, she knew her man could smell her. He knew how much she desperately wanted him. One of her hands left his thick, lush hair, tracing down his strong arms to rub at his erection through his jeans. This time, he wouldn't be able to take her hand away from him. She wanted to feel him just as much as he wanted to feel her. Kai gently pushed Ember down onto the bed, her ass on the very edge. "Spread your legs." The command made her shiver. She crooked a brow, her teeth digging into the soft flesh of her lower lip. She wanted to obey, but she wanted to tease Kai. Her smirk was devious, one hand going to her breasts, the other covering her mound. She slipped a finger through the moistened folds, moaning when her fingers grazed her clit. Kai watched, huffing out heated breaths. "What are you doing?" he growled. "Hiding the good stuff." "Why?" Kai didn't let her answer. He dropped to his knees, his hands going for her thighs. His eyes bore into hers with heated intent. He was wild. He was an untamed, uncaged lion. He was starving, and she was the only thing to give him sustenance. He licked his lower lip, slowly lowering his head. Ember had intended to tease him, but he was the one doing the teasing now. His descent was slow. Too slow. She arched her hips, spreading her legs wide. "Now, you listen." His voice was raspy as he took in every inch of her. Ember knew she was soaked, that he could see just how much she wanted him. His nostrils flared, and his neck muscle twitched from holding himself back. "I had plans of teasing you until you were insane, but I have no follow-through. Not when you look at me like that. Not when you touch me." "Love, you tease me just by being you. All the time. Whether you're lounging on the couch, or cooking dinner, or folding laundry. Everything you do is sexy." "It's because we're mates, isn't it? It makes everything between us so much better." He grinned, love shining through the lust in his eyes. "That is it. We're made for each other." His fingers drew patterns against her inner thighs. "Made for each other," Ember agreed, her heart filling with love, lust, and a million other things. "Yes, Ember." Without any more words, Kai lowered his mouth toward her pussy. Ember eased her hips up in offering. Kai kissed each thigh lovingly, his lips soft petals against her heated skin. His fingers spread her wide, and he growled low in the back of his throat. Ember was sure that he would tease, that he would tantalize, but her man was full of surprises. His tongue circled her clit, round and round, before closing his lips around the sensitive bundle of nerves. He flattened his tongue against her clit, moving from side to side before going round again. Her fingers dug into the covers as pleasure sparked deep inside. Kai licked his way down to her entrance, his tongue trailing her, lapping at her juices, while his thumb continued to roll against her clit. His fingers replaced his tongue, pumping into her with a curl that knew just where to hit. His tongue was back at her clit, flicking at it with agile speed. Ember panted his name, pleading with him to let her come. If he toyed with her, if he pulled away, she was going to lose her mind. The crest of the orgasm was right there. The flames of it primed and ready to bask her in the orgasmic glow. Kai had to know. He had to feel her walls clenching his fingers, milking them as she pushed her pussy up into his face, into his fingers. The glow overtook her, her release sending her every limb into perfect pleasure. Kai growled his approval as he continued lapping at her through the climax. Ember was boneless and satiated as he grabbed hold of her, shifting her on the bed until her back was pressed into the mattress with her man above her. His erection was pressed into her side, reminding her that as good as that had been, things were going to get so much better. "Are you ready for me?" he asked, fisting his cock. "Mate me," she whispered. "I'm clean and on the pill. Do me bare. I want to feel everything this time." Kai swallowed. "I'm clean too. God, Ember, just you saying that is making me wild. I'm not even inside you yet." "Then hurry up and slide it in, Kai. I want to feel you come inside of me." "Fuck." He gripped her hips as she spread her legs, giving him the space he needed to position himself at her entrance. Their eyes hooked, a flurry of love and lust. His cock speared her in one smooth thrust, making her gasp in pleasure.
She arched into him, desperate for him to move. He eased his hips back a bit before slamming into her again. Slow, love. You feel... His muscles strained as he kept a slow rhythm. Fuck it. I can't control myself. Hold on, love. She squealed in delight as he plunged fast and deep, his hands gripping her hard. His pace was wild, uninhibited. His teeth, his kisses were everywhere. Her neck, her cheeks, her chest. Her pussy walls fluttered against his cock, clenching around him, tightening in desperation to keep him inside of her. Ember. She looked up into his eyes. He didn't want to say anything. He just needed to say her name. She dug her fingernails into his chest, over his heart, her breath hitching as the orgasm whisked into life, making her tremble. Yeah, love. Come for me. His hands tilted her hips. His angle shifting made her cry out. Kai, I'm... It was there. The release, the pitch into blissful waves. Kai didn't relent, but he drank in her climax, taking it all, giving it right back. He continued pistoning his hips, fucking her in a primal way that was everything she needed from him at that moment. His grip on her hips tightened. Ember clenched hard, moving to meet him, thrust for thrust. She wanted to feel him. She wanted to feel his seed filling her. The thought alone flared another wave of pleasure to life. It was too soon after the other. She was sensitive, but desperate to follow Kai over the edge. He nuzzled into her neck, and she knew why. She could feel it. He was close. He was about to mark her, mate her for life. She would do the same. His teeth, the same ones that plucked pained pleasure from her nipples, dug into her neck, and she was gone, lost to a flurry of pleasure. Kai pumped his hips fast, coming hard inside of her, his jet of semen going deep inside of her. Her nails dug into his back, and she scratched down hard, leaving marks to match the one at her neck. Kai was still emptying himself inside of her as she went over the edge again, screaming his name. Neither of them moved, laying still after the momentous event that had transpired. Inside of her pussy, his cock softened, slowly slipping out, but she didn't want him to move. She needed to feel him everywhere. You're my mate, she panted, tracing the scratches down his back. He kissed her neck, over her mark. You're mine. They held each other, their eyes drinking in each other's flushed features. Kai eventually leaped off the bed to grab a washcloth to clean them up, but he was quick to return to her side, huddling close on the bed. Remember earlier I asked you to slow down? You did? When? His chuckle was warm. Before we got naked. Right, you were teasing me. Not quite. There was something I wanted to ask you. Ember sat up to get a better read on his features. Kai interlaced their fingers. Ember, you turn me on about as often as you infuriate me. You're just the right kind of sweet and spice, which makes sense since you're the world's best baker. You're my mate, but that is not the only reason why I love you. I love you for all of the little things you do, like use spoons as bookmarks, or how you use 20 spoons when you make icing because you need to taste test everything. I love your passion and determination, even when it makes me a little crazy. You complete my life in a way I could have only hoped for. Ember blinked back happy tears as Kai echoed exactly how she felt for him. We're mated now. Our bond is complete, and it's an eternal commitment. So why not make another one? Pinched between his fingers was a sparkling diamond ring. The diamond, an oval shining with clarity, was flanked by 2 small pink gems. Pink, bright colors, because he knew her, because he knew she liked splashes of flashy colors. Hot tears rolled down her cheeks. Marry me, Ember Brady. She nodded, holding out her shaking hand. Kai slipped the ring on her trembling finger and kissed her knuckles. "I will marry you, Kai Mason." He hugged her close. Her mate, her future husband. Her head leaned onto his chest, where she could hear his heartbeat. Somewhere in the thumping, she heard the low purr of his lion. Everything was settled, completed. In fact, there was only one thing missing. "I'm going to bake triple chocolate cupcakes," she said. "Show me how to pipe icing again," Kai whispered into her hair. "You just want to get some icing in some interesting places," she chided with a giggle. "Yep, all over my fiancé." He nipped her shoulder. "I love you." "I love you too. Now, let's get baking." "Baker's gotta bake," he teased, holding her close. 5 more minutes, he pleaded, nuzzling her. "And lions gotta lounge," she laughed. Ember nestled into her man, placing a kiss over his heart. "Mates gotta love," she whispered happily. The end. About the author. New York Times and USA Today best-selling author. Hi, I'm Millie Taiden. I love to write sexy stories featuring fun, sassy heroines with curves and growly alpha males with fur. My books are a great way to satisfy your craving for paranormal romance with action, humor, suspense, and happily ever afters. I live in Florida with my hubby, our son, and our fur babies, Speedy, Stormy, and Teddy. I have a serious addiction to chocolate and cake. I love to meet new readers, so come sign up for my newsletter and check out my Facebook page. We always have lots of fun stuff going on there. Sign up for Millie's newsletter for latest news. http://eepurl.com/PT9Q1. Find out more about Millie here. www.millietaiden.com. Millie@millietaiden.com. Also by Millie Taiden. Find out more about Millie Taiden here. Email millietaiden@gmail.com. Website http://www.millietaiden.com. Facebook http://www.facebook.com/Millie Taiden page. Twitter https://www.twitter.com/Millie Taiden. You can find a complete list of all my books by series and reading order at my website, millietaiden.com. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Hunting Ember, Pride of Alphas, Book 1, by Millie Taiden, narrated for you by Cassandra Miles. This has been a Findaway AudioWorks production presented by Orange Sky Audio. Copyright 2021 by Millie Taiden. Published by arrangement with Stone Song. Production copyright 2021 by Orange Sky Audio. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.